Hello there and welcome to History for Lunatics. I'm so glad you are here tonight. Pull up something comfortable. Maybe a blanket, maybe a warm drink, maybe just the corner of the room where the day finally lets go of you for a while, because tonight we are going somewhere that does not usually get treated gently in history books. Not to the polished boardrooms where bankers argued over gold, not to the halls of Congress where men in stiff collars spoke very confidently about money they did not have to sleep outside without, not even to the Grand Railroad offices with their maps and ledgers and telegraph wires. Tonight we're going to the sidewalk. We're going to the alley behind the bakery after closing. We're going to the railroad yard where men waited in the dark for a freight car door to slide open. We're going to the police station bench, the charity line, the cheap lodging house, the riverbank camp, the doorway where someone tried to sleep sitting up because lying down made the policeman notice you faster. We're going to the America of the Panic of 1893, and more specifically, to the Americans who lost not only their wages, not only their savings, not only their rented rooms, but the basic assumption that tomorrow would have a place for them. And here is the thing that makes this story worth slowing down for. The people we are talking about tonight were not born into some separate category called the homeless. Most of them did not grow up imagining themselves as wanderers, beggars, tramps, vagrants, or whatever word the newspapers chose that week. Many had been labourers, clerks, railroad hands, factory workers, miners, farm men, dock workers, seamstresses, laundresses, widows taking in washing, boys old enough to carry a toolbox but not old enough to understand why the shop door had been locked. Some had rented rooms with curtains and a stove, some had wives and children, some had a Sunday coat, some had a little money in a savings bank until the bank stopped paying out cash, which is one of those phrases that sounds technical until you imagine standing at a counter and being told that the money you earned is no longer available to you. The Panic of 1893 began as a financial crisis, but by the time it reached the street, it was not a financial crisis at all. It was a question of where to sleep tonight, what to eat before morning, and how long a person could keep walking before his body stopped believing in him. Before we step fully into that world, I want to ask you something very simple. Where are you listening from tonight? Are you in bed already? Are you on a couch with one light still on? Are you somewhere quiet, maybe with rain against the window or a fan moving softly in the background? Look around for just a second at the walls around you, at the door you can close, at the small ordinary objects that tell your mind you belong somewhere. A cup, a charger, a coat on a chair, shoes near the bed. None of those things seem dramatic until you imagine having to carry everything you own in your pockets, and not even good pockets, but thin ones worn at the seams with a bit of tobacco, a pencil stub, a folded recommendation letter, and maybe a nickel you're trying not to spend because once a nickel becomes bread, it stops being a bed. That was the calculation many unemployed Americans faced after 1893. Not in some distant famine country, not in a war zone. In Chicago, New York, Denver, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, Seattle, Washington, D.C., and hundreds of smaller towns where the factory whistle either stopped blowing or blew for fewer men than had gathered at the gate. If this kind of storytelling speaks to you, if you like history told not only through presidents and laws but through shoes, hunger, weather, rent, shame, and the small decisions ordinary people made in order to survive, it would mean the world to me if you hit that subscribe button and give this video a like. You do not have to do it right now. Do it when something in the story catches you. Do it when you feel that quiet pull of the past becoming a little less distant. And if you want to tell me where you're watching from tonight, I genuinely love reading those comments, because there is something strangely moving about knowing that a story about people with nowhere to go can be heard by people scattered all over the world, each in their own little patch of light. Now let us go back to the spring of 1893. Grover Cleveland had just returned to the White House. The country looked, from certain angles, astonishingly powerful. Railroads stitched the continent together. Cities were growing upward and outward. Steel, coal, grain, timber, silver, wheat, and cattle move through the nation in quantities that would have stunned earlier generations. The United States was no longer a loose republic of farms and small towns. By the 1890s, it was already becoming the kind of market society where millions of people survived by wages, not by land, not by household production, not by growing what they ate, but by selling their labour to someone who might or might not need them next week. That detail matters more than almost anything else in this story. Because when you live by wages, a depression is not an idea. It is not a line on a chart. It is the moment the boss says there is no work and you realise your rent is still due on Saturday. The Panic of 1893 was one of the worst economic collapses the United States had ever experienced up to that time. Historians of the economy still argue over the exact unemployment numbers, because the federal government did not measure unemployment annually in the modern way until 1929, but the available estimates show the rate rising sharply in 1893 and remaining above 10% for years afterward. One major economic history account notes that the only other period when unemployment stayed above 10% for so long was the Great Depression of the 1930s. That is the big version of the fact, the national version, the version that fits in a textbook, but the human version is quieter. It is a man who spent 10 years unloading freight being told there is no freight to unload. It is a woman who washed shirts for Borders, discovering that the Borders have left town looking for work. It is a boy who used to sell papers near a depot, realizing fewer men are buying papers because fewer men have pennies. It is a landlord who will not wait, a grocer who cannot extend credit anymore, and a winter coat going to the pawn shop even though winter is not finished with you yet. To understand how quickly things unraveled, you have to understand how many pieces of the American economy were tied together by confidence. That word sounds soft, almost polite, but in a banking panic it becomes a load-bearing wall. Banks depended on people believing deposits would be there. Railroads depended on investors believing bonds would be paid. Factories depended on banks providing credit so they could buy raw materials and meet payroll. Workers depended on factories opening their doors. Families depended on workers bringing home wages. Take confidence out of that chain, and the whole thing begins to sag. In 1893, concerns over gold reserves, railroad debts, slowing business, and bank weakness created the conditions for panic. The Federal Reserve History account describes gold reserves falling sharply from 1890 levels, depositors withdrawing funds, bank runs spreading, and more than 100 banks suspending operations in June, before the crisis intensified in July and August, with hundreds more suspensions. Again, that is the institutional description. That is what happened at the level of banks and treasury reserves. But now imagine how that same event looked from a rented room on the third floor of a boarding house. You wake up before dawn because working people often wake before dawn, even when there is no work. Habit does not know the economy has collapsed. Your boots are beside the bed. Your shirt is stiff from wear. If you are lucky, there is coffee downstairs, thin and bitter, or bread left from last night. You go where the men go, the factory gate, the dock, the railroad yard, the construction site, the place where yesterday someone said maybe they would need men tomorrow. You stand with 50 others, then 100, then more than that, each trying to look useful, sober, strong, not desperate, because desperation was somehow held against a man even when the entire street was desperate. Then the foreman appears and takes 3 men, or none, or says come back Monday. And Monday, as every unemployed man in history eventually learns, is a word people use when they do not want to say no to your face. There is a particular humiliation in joblessness that is hard to describe unless you have felt even a mild version of it. It is not only the absence of money, it is the way time changes shape. A working day has structure. You know where to be, when to eat, when to return, when your body has earned its exhaustion. An unemployed day stretches and collapses at the same time. There is too much time and not enough of it. Too many hours to fill and not enough hours before rent, before hunger, before the charity office closes, before the shelter beds are gone, before the police station turns men away. During the Panic of 1893, that strange time spread through American cities. Thousands of men stood in lines, not because they lacked discipline, but because there was nowhere else for discipline to go. A man could be punctual to a factory that had shut down. He could be hard-working in front of a locked gate. He could be willing to work 12 hours for reduced pay, and still be entirely useless to an economy that had decided for the moment that his hands were surplus. One of the cruelest things about this crisis was that it struck a nation that did not yet have a modern safety net. There was no unemployment insurance, no federal food stamps, no social security, no public housing system. Relief, when it existed, came from cities, churches, ethnic mutual aid societies, private charities, labour groups, neighbours, and sometimes from a police station floor. The history of homelessness in the United States had already been shaped by industrialisation and urban growth long before 1893. By the 1850s, many cities used police station lodging rooms as a major form of shelter for people then described as vagrants, and by the 1870s, homelessness had become a national issue connected to railroads, wage labour, and men riding the rails in search of work. The Panic did not invent American homelessness. What it did was pour a financial storm into a system that was already poorly built for anyone without savings, property, family support, or steady work. It took people who had been near the edge and pushed them over. It took people who had never imagined the edge and showed them exactly where it was. Now, the word homeless itself did not carry exactly the same meaning or public use that it carries today. In the newspapers and reform literature of the late 19th century, you more often find words like unemployed, destitute, tramp, pauper, vagrant, lodger, wanderer, or homeless men. Each word came with judgment attached to it. Tramp was not just a description, it was an accusation. Vagrant could become a legal category. Pauper meant dependence and often shame. The respectable unemployed man tried very hard not to look like any of these things, because respectability was a kind of currency, and like all currency in 1893 it could vanish quickly. A clean collar mattered. A letter from a former employer mattered. The ability to say you had slept in a lodging house rather than outside mattered. But as days became weeks, collars frayed, letters softened from being folded and unfolded, and a man who had spent his last coins to remain respectable might discover that respectability did not buy breakfast. Let us be careful here, because history has a bad habit of flattening poor people into symbols. The homeless Americans of the Panic were not all the same person. Some were single men moving from city to city because mobility was the only strategy left to them. Some were older workers whose bodies could no longer compete with younger men at the hiring gate. Some were immigrants who had crossed an ocean only to find that America could run out of room too. Some were black workers in cities and rural districts where racial discrimination made every economic crisis sharper and more dangerous. Some were women whose homelessness was hidden, because a woman sleeping outside was exposed to dangers the newspapers rarely described plainly. Women might double up with relatives, take domestic service under bad conditions, enter charitable homes, sleep in workplaces, remain in violent households, or disappear into forms of survival that polite society condemned while refusing to ask what hunger had demanded. Children too became part of this landscape, not always as visible beggars in the street, but as extra mouths in rooms already behind on rent, as newsboys, messengers, scavengers, or small travellers attached to adults who were themselves barely holding together. And then there were the men who took to the rails. We will spend much more time with them later because the railroad is one of the central characters in this story. It promised movement, and movement looked like hope. Somewhere else there might be work. Somewhere west, maybe harvest labour. Somewhere east, maybe docks hiring. Somewhere north, lumber. somewhere south, a railroad crew. Rumour moved faster than truth in an unemployed country. Men heard that Chicago had work, then Chicago had none. Denver had work, then Denver was full of men who had heard the same thing. California needed hands, except the freight yards were guarded and every town along the way had its own jail and its own opinion about strangers. The same railroads whose overbuilding and financial weakness helped shake the economy became the unofficial roads of survival for people the economy had thrown loose. That is one of those historical ironies that sounds almost too neat until you picture a man crouched in an empty boxcar, cold to the bone, riding on the machinery of the industry that no longer had wages for him. The public reaction to these homeless and unemployed Americans was complicated. There was pity, there was fear, there was annoyance, there was generosity, sometimes extraordinary generosity, and there was also a hard moral suspicion that poverty must reveal something defective in the poor. Many business and civic leaders preferred to divide the unemployed into the deserving and undeserving, a division that sounds tidy from behind a desk and becomes much harder in a breadline. A man who had not eaten might look rough. A man who had slept outside might smell bad. A man who had been refused work for weeks might speak sharply to a charity official, and then the official might write him down as intemperate, ungrateful, shiftless, or morally weak. This is one reason the story is so painful. Survival often made people look less deserving to the very institutions that demanded deservingness before offering help. In 1894, one of the most visible responses to mass unemployment came from Jacob Coxey, an Ohio businessman who led a march of unemployed men to Washington, D.C., calling for the federal government to create jobs through public works. His followers became famous as Coxey's Army. By the time they reached the capital on May 1st, 1894, the group that arrived from Ohio numbered about 500, and Coxey himself was arrested after trying to speak from the Capitol grounds. The House History Office notes that many observers treated the movement as a joke, even though later public works programs would resemble some of the ideas that seemed impossible in Coxey's moment. But before Coxey's men became a spectacle, before reporters mocked their clothes and politicians dismissed their demands, they were part of something very real. They represented a question America did not yet know how to answer. If a man wants work and no work exists, what does society owe him? Food? Shelter? A job? A lecture? A jail cell? A train ticket out of town? Nothing at all. That question ran underneath every sidewalk encounter during the Depression. It was there when a policeman decided whether to move a sleeping man along or let him stay until dawn. It was there when a church opened a soup kitchen and had to decide whether men should receive food freely or perform a small task first to prove they were not idle by nature. It was there when city officials debated whether public relief would prevent suffering or encourage dependency. It was there when private charities investigated applicants, not simply to help them, but to classify them. Were they sober? Were they married? Were they local? Had they tried hard enough? Did they have family? Did they deserve warmth? Imagine being cold and having to answer questions correctly before someone decides whether your cold is legitimate. The panic itself moved through money markets, but homelessness moved through rooms. First the rented room, then the cheaper rented room, then the shared bed in a lodging house where one man slept during the day and another at night, then the bench, then the station house, then the boxcar, then the camp at the edge of town. This downward movement did not always happen in a straight line. People climbed back up for a week, then fell again. A day of work could buy food and a bed. 3 days without work could erase both. Some men became skilled at temporary survival. They learned where bakeries dumped stale bread, which churches served without too many questions, which police stations were less cruel, which rail yards had watchmen who could be avoided, which towns jailed strangers, and which towns merely pushed them onward. Women developed different maps, often less visible and more dangerous. They learned which employers might offer a servant's room, which relatives could be asked one more time. which charitable homes demanded obedience in exchange for shelter, which streets to avoid after dark, and how much hunger could be hidden from children. There is something I want you to sit with for a moment. The people who survived the panic of 1893 did not survive because they found one grand solution. They survived by stacking small solutions against disaster: a crust of bread, a night under a roof, a borrowed coat, a freight ride, a day's work carrying coal, a bowl of soup, a lie told to preserve dignity, a truth withheld to avoid being turned away, a pawn ticket, a bench near the stove, a church basement, a stranger who shared tobacco, a woman who took in sewing after midnight, a boy who learned which market stalls dropped bruised fruit. Survival was not dramatic most of the time. It was repetitive, humiliating, practical, and exhausting. And because it was ordinary to the people doing it, much of it was barely recorded. That is why we have to listen carefully to the edges of the record. Newspapers loved the spectacle of armies of unemployed men, but they were less interested in the quiet arithmetic of one person lasting one more day. Charity reports counted cases but often missed personalities. Police records counted lodgers, but not dreams. Economic histories count bank failures, railroad receiverships, unemployment rates, gold reserves, and business contractions, and we need those numbers because they tell us the size of the storm. Northwestern's historical account of the panic, for example, describes banks closing, businesses and manufacturers unable to open for lack of cash, severe factory unemployment by July and August of 1893, widespread wage reductions, and more than 125 railroads entering receivership in the year ending June 1894. But the size of the storm is not the same as the feeling of rain on your face. For that, we have to imagine carefully, not invent wildly, but imagine from the known conditions of the time what it meant to be a person without shelter, in a country that still believed shelter was mostly your own responsibility. So tonight, as the room around you settles, and the modern world continues humming in all the ways we usually do not notice, let us begin with one unemployed man at the end of a day in 1893. Not because every homeless American was a man like him, but because his path will lead us into many others. He is 32, maybe 40, maybe younger than he looks because hunger adds years quickly. He has been in the city for 6 months. Before that he worked rail construction, and before that perhaps on a farm he did not own. He owns a coat, a cap, a knife, a pipe, 2 letters, and a pair of boots with one sole beginning to separate at the toe. In the morning he stood outside a warehouse. At noon he heard there might be work at the yards. By late afternoon he knew there was not. He has walked enough that his feet have stopped sending useful information, and now only send complaint. He has 3 cents. 3 cents is not nothing, but it is not enough to become safe. It can help with hunger, or it can be held toward lodging. It cannot do both. He passes windows where people are eating. That detail appears in many cities and many lives, whether written down or not, because hunger sharpens the meaning of glass. A restaurant window is not simply a window when you have not eaten. It is a display of another citizenship. Men inside lift forks. A waiter moves with plates. Light falls on white cloth. Nobody inside is necessarily rich, but for the man outside they belong to the category of people who can sit down. That is a larger category than we realize until we are excluded from it. To sit, to order, to remove your hat, to be expected rather than suspected, these are small dignities. Homelessness takes them one by one. He may try a mission. He may try a station house. He may walk to the river because fires are sometimes kept there by men who know how to gather scrap wood. He may look for an unlocked shed. He may spend 1 of the cents on bread and hate himself for not saving it. He may tell another man that he's heading west tomorrow because heading west sounds better than saying he has no plan. Around him, the city is not sleeping yet. Wagons move, streetcars rattle, horses stamp. Somewhere a newspaper boy calls out headlines about banks, silver, Congress, strikes, gold, receiverships, failures. Large words, public words, important words. But our man is listening for something else. Footsteps behind him, a policeman's voice, the sound of rain, the opening of a church door, the rumour of work. This is where our story begins, not with the collapse itself, but with the first evening after a person understands that the collapse has reached him personally. The Panic of 1893 did not feel like one event to the homeless. It felt like a sequence of doors closing. The shop door, the bank door, the landlord's door, the lodging house door when the beds were full, the factory gate, the church office after relief hours, the freight car door if the watchman got there first. And yet people kept finding cracks in the walls of that closing world. They found ways through hunger, weather, law, charity, shame, and distance. Some survived by moving, some by staying absolutely still, some by attaching themselves to groups, some by disappearing from every official record. Some marched on Washington, some slept under bridges and never made a speech in their lives. And before we can understand the bread lines, the rail riders, the shanty camps, the charity offices, the women hidden in plain sight, and the children who learned poverty before they learned arithmetic, we have to look closely at the first disaster that made all of those survival strategies necessary. Not the bank panic in the abstract, not the silver question as a debate, not railroad finance as a column of figures. We need to stand at the factory gate, outside the mine, beside the railroad yard, and inside the rented room where a family realizes the wages have stopped. Because for homeless Americans in 1893, the first and most frightening thing to disappear was not shelter. It was work. Before a person sleeps outside, there is usually a day when he still believes he can avoid it. That day matters. It is easy, from a distance, to begin the story with the man already on the bench, already in the bread line, already walking along the railroad tracks with his coat collar turned up against the wind. But most people did not arrive there all at once. They passed through smaller losses first, a shorter work week, a late paycheck, a foreman who stopped meeting their eyes, a landlord who said he understood but still needed the rent, a shop window with a notice pasted crookedly on the glass, a bank door closed during business hours, a factory chimney that should have been smoking but was not. The Panic of 1893 became homelessness for many Americans through a series of ordinary mornings that stopped working the way mornings were supposed to work. Think about what work meant in the 1890s. Not career in the way many people use the word now, not fulfillment, not personal branding, not a carefully chosen path that was meant to express something deep inside you. For most wage earners, work meant food, rent, coal, shoes, medicine, and the right to remain indoors. That was the arithmetic. A man might dislike his job intensely and still understand it as the wall between his family and the street. A woman might sew until her back ached, wash laundry until her hands cracked, scrub floors in someone else's house, or take boarders into rooms that were already too crowded and still know that those coins were what kept the landlord from knocking again. In a wage economy, work was not only how you improved your life, it was how you prevented collapse. By 1893, millions of Americans were living inside that new reality. The old image of a household surviving from its own land had not disappeared, but it no longer described the country as a whole. Cities had swollen with factories, rail yards, packing houses, mills, docks, warehouses, and cheap rented rooms. The railroad had tied distant regions into one market, which meant trouble could travel quickly. A bank failure in one place could tighten credit in another. A railroad receivership could stop construction, cancel orders for steel, reduce freight work, cut clerks, close repair shops, and leave men in towns hundreds of miles apart wondering why nobody needed them anymore. The Federal Reserve's historical account describes the Panic of 1893 as one of the most severe financial crises in American history, shaped in part by falling Treasury gold reserves, bank runs, and waves of bank suspensions that spread through the country in the summer of that year. That is the large machinery of the disaster. But let's bring it down to street level. Imagine a railroad labourer in the early summer of 1893. He has heard bad news before. Everyone who worked around railroads heard rumours constantly. A line overbuilt, a company overextended, a bond issue in trouble, a road unable to pay interest. These were the kinds of things printed in financial columns that ordinary workers might not read closely, but they felt the consequences when the paymaster came late, or the crew was reduced. The railroad was more than track and engines. It was an employer of brakemen, engineers, firemen, switchmen, section hands, shop mechanics, clerks, porters, telegraph operators, bridge builders, and men who repaired things no passenger ever noticed. When a railroad failed, it did not fail politely. It pulled a whole world of wages down with it. The year after the panic began, more than 125 railroads went into receivership, according to a historical account of the crisis in Chicago and the wider economy. That same account notes that by July and August of 1893, factory unemployment was severe and wage reductions were widespread. That is a sentence that deserves to be slowed down. Severe factory unemployment, widespread wage reductions. Behind those words are men standing outside gates before sunrise and being told to go home. Behind those words are women who had counted on a husband's pay envelope opening it and finding less than before. Behind those words are children learning the household mood by the sound of boots on the stairs. If the boots came up quickly, perhaps there was work. If they came up slowly in the middle of the morning, everyone knew. What made this collapse so frightening was that it did not strike only the obviously poor. It reached into the lower middle class, into clerks, small tradesmen, shopkeepers and families who had thought themselves careful. Clerk in a dry goods store might not see himself as close to homelessness. He wore decent clothes, he kept accounts, he used a pen rather than a shovel. But if sales fell and the store owner could not get credit, the clerk was dismissed like anyone else. His collar might remain clean for a few days. His handwriting might remain excellent. Neither quality paid rent. In the panic of 1893, people discovered how thin the floor beneath respectability could be. A family might have furniture, a framed picture, a few books, dishes, a Sunday dress, and no way to turn any of it into steady income. The pawn shop became one of the small institutions of dissent. First went the watch, if there was one, then a coat, then tools, though pawning tools was dangerous because tools were how a man might return to work, then household goods. Each item bought time, but time was expensive. This is one of the most important things to understand about falling into homelessness in that period. People did not simply run out of money and step outside. They negotiated with collapse. They cut meals. They delayed rent. They borrowed from relatives. They asked a grocer for credit. They moved into a cheaper room. They took in another boarder. They sold bedding in warm weather and regretted it when cold came. They sent children to work if the children were old enough and sometimes if they were not. They broke apart households temporarily, sending a child to an aunt, a wife to domestic service, a husband to the rails. It was not always one dramatic eviction. Sometimes it was a household thinning itself out until what remained could no longer be called a home. Now let us stand outside a factory gate, because this was where the crisis became visible in the body. Men gathered early. They did this because foremen often hired by sight, by habit, by reputation, and by presence. If you were not there when the hiring happened, you did not exist. So men stood in the cold or heat, hands in pockets, trying not to look too desperate. There was a performance to it. You wanted to look strong enough for work, sober enough to trust, humble enough not to irritate the foreman, but not so beaten down that he assumed you were useless. Clothing mattered. A man could be poor, but he tried not to look ruined. Ruin scared employers. It suggested sickness, drink, trouble, or simply bad luck, and bad luck was treated almost like a contagious condition. The foreman came out. Maybe he called names. Maybe he pointed. Maybe he said nothing because there was nothing to offer. When there were jobs, men stepped forward quickly. When there were fewer jobs than men, the moment could become tense without becoming loud. Nobody wanted to be arrested. Nobody wanted to be marked as a troublemaker. But hunger has its own electricity. A man who had walked miles to hear there was no work did not simply become calm because the foreman had a business reason. He went somewhere with that anger, sometimes to a saloon if he still had money, sometimes to a union hall if one existed and would have him, sometimes back to a room where his wife could tell from his face what had happened, sometimes nowhere at all, which is one of the worst places anger can go. For industrial workers, wage cuts were another kind of trap. Keeping a job at lower pay could be better than losing it, but lower pay might still not cover rent and food. A man working 3 days a week for reduced wages could appear employed while his family slid toward destitution. That was one of the cruel illusions of the Depression. Employment itself did not always mean safety. A worker could keep his place and still lose his room. A woman could take in washing and still not earn enough to cover coal. A family could be doing everything respectable society told them to do and still fall. This is why the moral language used about poverty during the period often missed the point. It asked whether people were industrious, but the larger question was whether industry had any market value that week. Inside the home, the disappearance of work changed the sound of the day. In a working household, people leave, doors open and close, boots go downstairs, lunch pails are carried out. A woman may begin her own labour after others depart, but the home has a rhythm built around departure and return. Unemployment broke that rhythm. Men remained indoors when they were expected to be gone. This could bring tenderness in some families and strain in others. A man accustomed to being tired from labour now became tired from waiting. A wife accustomed to managing scarcity during the day now had to manage the visible presence of a husband who could not find wages and might feel ashamed of being managed. Children noticed. Children always notice when adults begin speaking in lower voices. There is a small domestic detail that matters here. Rent was often paid weekly in working-class districts. Weekly rent meant weekly danger. A middle-class family with some savings might survive several months of reduced income. A wage labourer paying by the week could fall behind almost immediately. Boarding houses and lodging houses operated on similarly short terms. The cheap bed existed only as long as the coin did. A man who failed to pay might be turned out quickly because the keeper of the lodging house had problems of his own. He owed rent too. He needed coal too. He might feel pity, but pity did not pay the owner of the building. Economic crises travel through people who are themselves under pressure, and that is part of what makes them so hard. The landlord is not always rich. The grocer is not always cruel. The boarding house keeper may be close to failure. But the person at the bottom experiences all of them as doors closing. Factories did not fail alone. Mines slowed. Construction stopped. Timber camps reduced crews. Stores dismissed clerks. Railroads laid off workers or cut wages. Farmers, already struggling in many regions with falling prices and debt, had less cash to spend in town. The Depression moved in loops. If railroad men lost wages, they bought less from merchants. Merchants ordered less from wholesalers. Wholesalers reduced staff. Manufacturers cut production. More workers lost wages. Then banks, seeing weakness everywhere, became cautious with loans. A nation that had grown quickly on credit suddenly felt credit contract like a hand closing. EH.net's economic history of the Depression emphasises that warning signs were not obvious at first, because the previous year had looked relatively improved in some measures, which helps explain why the severity of the downturn shocked people when it arrived. For an ordinary worker, that shock could feel personal even when it was not. This is another hard part of unemployment. A financial crisis may be systemic, but the worker experiences it as rejection. The company does not say, "The structure of American finance has become unstable, and you are one of many casualties of an overextended economy." The company says, "We do not need you." That sentence enters a person differently. It makes him wonder whether he has become less useful. It makes him rehearse every mistake. It makes him compare himself with the men who were kept on. One man begins to resent the foreman, another resents immigrants, another resents machines, another resents bankers, another resents himself. Economic disaster does not only empty pockets, it rearranges blame. Immigrant workers faced this pressure with an additional burden. Many had arrived with family obligations not only in America but across the ocean. A man might be sending money back to parents or a wife and children waiting to join him. A woman might be working in domestic service to support relatives in a tenement. Language barriers could make relief harder to access and employers easier to lose. Ethnic mutual aid societies, churches, synagogues, and neighbourhood networks could help, and often did, but the demand could overwhelm them. When too many people in the same community lost work at once, the usual web of borrowing and lending weakened. You cannot borrow from a neighbour whose own cupboard is empty. Black workers faced a labour market already structured by discrimination. In northern cities, they were often excluded from many trades, or hired last and dismissed first. In the south, agricultural depression, debt, racial violence, and the rise of Jim Crow made economic vulnerability especially dangerous. A national panic did not fall on an equal population. It found existing inequalities and deepened them. The same was true for women. Newspapers and public debates often pictured the unemployed as men, especially men wandering in search of work. But women's unemployment and homelessness were often hidden inside domestic arrangements. A woman without shelter might enter a charitable home, accept domestic service under harsh terms, stay with relatives who resented another mouth, or remain in a dangerous relationship because the street offered worse. Respectable society often noticed homeless men as a public problem, and homeless women as a moral problem. That difference shaped the help they received and the shame attached to asking for it. Children became part of the survival economy in ways both visible and quiet. A boy might sell newspapers, shine shoes, carry messages, gather coal fallen from carts, or pick through refuse. Girls might help with laundry, sewing, childcare, or street vending. Some children remained in school but came hungry. Others drifted out of school because the household needed pennies more than lessons. In a crisis, childhood can become negotiable. Parents did not necessarily want this. Most parents did not look at a hungry child and think hardship was character building in any pleasant sense. They made calculations under pressure. If a child could earn 10 cents, that 10 cents might become bread, coal, or part of the rent. The future could wait because the landlord would not. There were also skilled workers who discovered that skill did not protect them when entire industries stopped hiring. This is important because the language of poverty often implied that the poor lacked ability. But a machinist without a shop was still a machinist. A carpenter without construction was still a carpenter. A printer without orders was still a printer. Their knowledge remained, but the market for it had vanished. Some carried union cards, some carried tools, some carried letters testifying to good work. These objects mattered emotionally because they proved the person had been something before the crisis. But a letter of recommendation could not force a factory to reopen. A tool chest could become too heavy to carry when there was no work in the next town either. Men sometimes sold tools not because they had given up, but because hunger is immediate and identity is not edible. The loss of work also exposed how little privacy poverty allowed. A comfortable household can hide trouble for a while. Curtains drawn, meals smaller but still served. Bills delayed but not publicly known. Working-class poverty became visible quickly. The grocer knew, the landlord knew, the pawnbroker knew. Neighbours knew when furniture was carried out. Children knew when other children stopped coming to school. The charity visitor knew and wrote things down. The police knew if a family was evicted into the street. Shame travelled alongside hunger. This is why some people avoided relief until the last possible moment. It was not pride in some foolish sense. It was knowledge that asking for help could mark you. Once marked, you might be treated differently by employers, neighbours, and officials. In the 19th century, dependence carried a heavy stain. One reason Americans struggled to respond to the panic was that the country's ideas about poverty had not caught up with its industrial economy. Older moral habits treated poverty as the result of personal failure, idleness, drink, or bad character. Sometimes those things played a role in individual lives, as they do in every era. But mass unemployment on the scale of the 1890s could not honestly be explained that way. When thousands of men sought work and factories were closed, the problem was not that thousands had simultaneously lost the habit of labour. Still, old ideas are stubborn. Charity organisations often investigated applicants carefully, separating the deserving from the undeserving. The method was meant to prevent fraud, but to the person in need it could feel like a trial. What had you done? Where had you worked? Why did you leave? Did you drink? Were you married? Did you attend church? Did you have relatives? Could they help? Hunger had to give an account of itself. The phrase, falling through the floor, fits this moment because many people discovered that there was no solid public structure underneath them. There were private charities, city relief efforts in some places, religious missions, mutual aid groups, and occasional emergency measures. But there was no national unemployment insurance waiting beneath the wage system, no guaranteed job program, no federal housing relief. The unemployed had to improvise. Some cities provided temporary work, sometimes breaking stones, chopping wood, cleaning streets, or doing other hard labour in exchange for food or small wages. That kind of relief had a moral purpose as well as a practical one. It reassured taxpayers that aid was not being given for nothing. But for the unemployed, it could be both welcome and degrading. A man might be grateful for bread and furious that he had to perform his desperation in public to receive it. Let us return to one particular evening, because the daily sequence is where this history becomes real. A man has been out since morning. He tried the freight house first. No work. Then a construction site where a building project had stopped because financing failed. Then a foundry where the gate was crowded and the word was that even regular men had been laid off. He walks not because walking helps, exactly, but because standing still feels like surrender. In his pocket is a lunch his wife packed too carefully, thin bread with almost nothing between it. He did not eat it at noon because he thought perhaps he would find work and want it later. By late afternoon, hunger has made him lightheaded. He eats it near a wall, quickly, not because anyone will take it, but because he does not want to be seen treating so little food as important. When he comes home, if he still has a home, the room tells the story before he does. The stove is low because coal is being saved. His wife looks up from mending or washing or sitting with accounts she already knows cannot balance. A child asks if he found work. Another child is old enough not to ask. This is one of those small moments history rarely records, and yet it happened everywhere. The answer is no. No work today. Maybe tomorrow. That word again. Tomorrow. In a stable life, tomorrow is neutral. In unemployment, tomorrow becomes a container for hope and dread. You need it to arrive because it might bring wages. You fear it because it also brings rent closer. Maybe there is still a little food. Maybe there is soup stretched with water. Maybe bread. Maybe potatoes. The family eats quietly, or not quietly, depending on the household. Hunger does not make everyone noble. It makes some people silent, some irritable, some tender, some ashamed. After supper, if it can be called supper, the couple discusses what can be done. Ask the landlord for another week. Pawn the coat. Write to a brother. Send the oldest boy to look for work. Move to a cheaper room. Leave the city. Try the railroad. Apply for relief. Each option has a cost. Pawning the coat is dangerous if winter comes. Asking family risks humiliation. Sending a child to work changes the child's life. Leaving the city requires money or a willingness to travel illegally by rail. Applying for relief means being investigated. Doing nothing is impossible. For single men, the same evening could lead directly into homelessness. A boarding house keeper might not extend credit. A cheap lodging house might require payment before entry. The lowest lodging houses offered crowded beds, poor ventilation, lice, theft, noise and disease, but they were still indoors, and indoors mattered. A man with enough coins could buy a bed. A man without enough might walk to a police station and ask to sleep there, if the city allowed it. Police station lodging had been used in many American cities before the panic, and it became part of the rough emergency shelter system for people with nowhere else to go. But the station house was not comfort. It was public, controlled, and often filthy. It was a place to endure a night, not a place to belong. The most frightening step was the first night outside. People who have not faced it may imagine that after a certain point a person simply accepts sleeping outdoors. But that first night carried a psychological weight. It meant crossing a line. A man might walk for hours to avoid admitting he had nowhere to sleep. He might sit in an all-night place until told to move. He might try to doze in a doorway and wake at every sound. He might choose a spot near other men because numbers offered some safety, then fear those same men because hunger made theft tempting. In warm weather, outdoor sleep was uncomfortable and exposed. In cold weather, it could be dangerous. In rain, it was misery. Wet clothing could turn the next day's job search into a visible advertisement of destitution. And yet many kept searching. That is the part that needs to be remembered clearly. The homeless unemployed of the panic were not simply passive victims of an economic collapse. They were active, calculating, adaptive people, using whatever information and strength they had left. They followed rumours, they scanned newspapers, they stood in lines, they joined marches. They accepted charity when pride allowed and sometimes when it did not. They lied about their age, their experience, their last meal, their destination. They presented themselves differently depending on who was asking. They endured sermons for soup and insults for shelter. They walked through cities where their labour had built streets, loaded freight, washed clothes, laid track, cooked meals, carried bricks and cleaned rooms, and they were told there was no place for them. By the time work disappeared, the question was no longer only economic, it became physical. Where does the body go when it's no longer needed by the wage system? Into a cheaper room, if possible. Into a relative's kitchen, if welcome. Into a lodging house, if there is money. Into a mission, if there is space. Into a police station, if permitted. Into a boxcar, if bold or desperate enough. Into a camp by the river, if the weather allows. Into the moving population of men and women whom the respectable city tried to see only in glimpses. That is where the next part of the evening leads us, away from the factory gate and into the places people slept when wages had failed, rent had come due, and the city had to decide how much human exhaustion it was willing to tolerate after dark. By the time a person had lost wages, then rent, then the last decent room he could afford, the question became brutally simple. Where does a human body go at night when no one is paying for its place indoors? That sounds like a modern question, but in 1893 it was everywhere. It moved through the streets after sunset. It waited outside lodging houses. It sat on park benches until a policeman came near. It leaned against brick walls in alleys where the wind was weaker. It climbed stairways in tenements hoping not to be noticed. It entered police stations with its hat in its hands. It stood in line with other bodies, all tired, all trying to become invisible enough to be allowed to sleep. The strange thing about sleeping in a city is that the city is full of space, but almost none of it is yours. That was as true in the 1890s as it is now, maybe even more so, because the city at that time was growing faster than its institutions knew how to manage. There were warehouses, rail depots, parks, bridges, churches, markets, alleys, empty lots, stairwells, piers, and public buildings. There were benches, steps, carts, platforms, and corners, warmed by steam pipes or kitchen walls. A person without money looked at all of these differently from everyone else. A doorway was not just an entrance, it was a possible windbreak. A pile of straw near a stable was not just refuse, it was insulation. A stairwell was not a passage. It was a place where one might sit until dawn if nobody complained. Homelessness changes the meaning of architecture. It teaches the eye to search for ledges, overhangs, shadows, loose boards, unlocked gates, and places the police did not check too often. But the city did not welcome that kind of seeing. A man might be unemployed through no fault of his own, but once he began sleeping in public, the law often treated him as something else. He became a vagrant, a suspicious person, a loafer, a tramp, a public nuisance. These words mattered because they gave officials permission to move him along, arrest him, confine him overnight, or drive him out of town. The late 19th century American city was not built around the idea that every person deserved shelter. It was built around property, work, public order, and the constant effort to separate respectable poverty from poverty that made itself too visible. A family quietly behind on rent could still be pitied. A man asleep under a bridge could be treated as a problem to be removed. Let us begin with the street itself. Not the street in daylight, with carts, vendors, workers, streetcars, horses, shouting boys, and women carrying baskets, but the street after the shops closed and the respectable traffic thinned. In a large city during the Depression of the 1890s, the street did not become empty at night. It changed population. Men without beds moved more slowly then. Some walked to stay warm. Some walked because to stop was to risk attention. Some walked because they had nowhere specific to go, and motion gave the mind something to do besides count losses. A man might pass the same blocks again and again, saving the moment when he would finally try to sleep, because choosing a place too early meant being forced away before the deepest cold of the night. He learned to read patrol routes. He learned which shopkeepers were harsh, which saloon keepers might let a man sit if he bought one drink, which alleys held dogs, which corners were watched, which church steps had already gathered too many others. Doorways were among the most common shelters because they offered a shallow kind of protection. A recessed doorway could cut the wind. A stone step might be dry when the pavement was wet. The overhang above a shop entrance could keep off a light rain. But a doorway was also risky. It belonged to someone. The owner might arrive early. A policeman might decide the sleeper was blocking passage or inviting crime. Other homeless men might compete for the same spot. If the doorway was too visible, the sleeper would be moved. If it was too hidden, he might be robbed. So a person learned the compromise. Visible enough to avoid the worst danger, hidden enough to avoid official notice. That calculation is one of the constant burdens of sleeping outside. Safety and invisibility rarely sit in the same place. A man sleeping in a doorway did not usually stretch out as we might imagine someone sleeping in a bed. He often sat, hunched forward, arms crossed, collar high, hat pulled low, hat. Lying down marked him too clearly as a sleeper. Sitting could be explained, at least for a moment. Waiting for someone. Resting. Not drunk, officer, just resting. The body could not truly rest that way. Legs cramped. The back ached. Cold came up through the stone. Every sound became something to measure. Hooves, footsteps, a wagon, a laugh, the hard tap of a policeman's club against a railing or post. Sleep came in pieces, never in the full surrender that housed people take for granted. The homeless slept with one part of the mind still on duty. Parks were different. They seemed, at first glance, more generous. They had benches, trees, grass, open air, and in summer they offered a relief no lodging house could provide. But public parks in the 19th century city were also heavily governed spaces. They had rules, closing hours, watchmen, and expectations about who belonged there. Parks were meant for recreation, health, and respectable public life, not for sleeping men with worn boots and no address. In the daytime, a homeless person might blend into a park crowd if he was clean enough and kept moving. At night, especially after posted hours, he became an intruder. Police and park guards could push sleepers out, and they often did. A man might doze on a bench until a club touched his shoe. Another might hide deeper among trees or shrubs, but parks were not wilderness. They were designed landscapes, and designed landscapes have paths, patrols, and edges. Still, people slept there when they could. In warm months, parks and vacant lots absorbed some of the overflow that lodging houses and station houses could not hold. A man who'd been indoors all winter might choose the open air in June because the price was right, and the price was nothing. A group might gather in a quieter corner, not exactly a camp, not yet a settlement, but a temporary arrangement of bodies, coats for pillows, newspapers under clothing for insulation, a shared match, a muttered warning if police came near. In the morning they would scatter before respectable walkers arrived. Public space could be used, but only if the evidence disappeared quickly. Newspapers in the 1890s loved to describe men sleeping in unusual places because such descriptions satisfied readers' curiosity without requiring too much sympathy. They wrote of men under bridges, in freight sheds, around furnaces, beneath stairways, in lumber yards, near markets, and along riverbanks. Some of the accounts were exaggerated for effect, but the pattern was real. Homeless people found the gaps in the urban system. A bridge could shelter a small crowd. A market building might hold warmth after the day's activity. A rail yard had empty cars and piles of material. A stable loft might be reached if no one noticed. An unfinished building could become shelter until the watchman made his rounds. A person without a bed becomes a student of leftover warmth. Brick walls that held the day's heat, bakery vents, engine houses, steam grates, blacksmith shops after closing, ash piles, even the smell of horses could signal some chance of warmth. The city was not kind, but it leaked heat. Railroad stations were especially tempting. They were built for waiting, and waiting could look respectable for a while. A man sitting in a depot might be assumed to have a ticket or to be meeting someone. Stations had roofs, benches, crowds, lamps, and sometimes stoves. They also had guards. A homeless person could survive inside a station only by performing the role of traveller. That meant staying alert. Dozing too heavily exposed him. No ticket, no baggage, no clear destination, and the mask slipped. During the Depression, the number of men moving through depots increased, and officials became more suspicious. Railroad property was not public in the generous sense. It belonged to companies that had little interest in turning waiting rooms into shelters for the unemployed. Yet men still tried, because a station bench, even for an hour, could mean warmth enough to face the rest of the night. The cheap lodging house stood between the street and the station house. For those with a few coins, it offered the lowest commercial form of shelter. These places varied, but many were crowded, poorly ventilated, noisy, and rough. Some offered beds in large rooms. Others offered cots, bunks, hammocks, or spaces so narrow that privacy was almost imaginary. The air carried tobacco smoke, damp wool, unwashed bodies, disinfectant if the keeper cared, and the thick, stale odour of too many men breathing in one room. Thieves worked such places. Lice and bed bugs were common. A man learned to sleep with his shoes close, his money hidden, his coat under him or wrapped around his arm. But for all that, a lodging house was still a roof. A roof meant not being rained on. A stove meant thawing fingers. A bed, even a dirty one, meant lying flat. To someone who had spent nights sitting in doorways, the difference was enormous. The price of a cheap lodging could determine the shape of a whole day. 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents, depending on the city and the quality of the place, might be the border between indoors and outdoors. That seems like a small amount until you remember that a person without wages experiences every coin as a decision. A nickel could buy lodging in one place, or food, or part of a streetcar fare to where work was rumoured, or coffee and bread, or nothing if prices were higher than hope. Men developed rules for themselves. Never spend the last coin before evening. Always eat if work may come tomorrow. Never sleep outside before rain if you can avoid it. Save enough to keep clean. Spend on a bed if your feet are failing. These rules were constantly broken by hunger, weather, chance, and exhaustion. For women, the lodging question was different and often more dangerous. The cheap lodging houses visible in reform accounts were frequently male spaces. Women without shelter had fewer public options that did not threaten their reputation or safety. Some cities had charitable homes for women, rescue missions, religious institutions, or lodging arrangements tied to domestic service. But these came with rules and scrutiny. A woman might hide homelessness by staying temporarily with acquaintances, sleeping in workplaces, taking a servant's room, remaining with an employer who exploited her, or presenting herself as respectable enough to receive aid from a church. If she slept outside, she risked not only cold and arrest, but sexual violence and moral condemnation. Society often interpreted a homeless man as idle or dangerous, but a homeless woman could be labelled fallen, and that label could follow her even if poverty, not vice, had put her on the street. Because of that, women's homelessness in 1893 often disappeared into silence. It was there, but it did not always gather in the same visible lines of men outside station houses or in rail yards. Families faced another kind of terror. A single man could improvise in ways a mother with children could not. A father might sleep outside to save money for his family's room, or he might leave to search for work elsewhere, hoping remittances would follow. A mother behind on rent had to think not only of her bed, but of keeping children together. Charity sometimes helped families, but help could come with investigation, pressure, or even separation. Children might be placed with relatives, in orphanages, in institutions, or sent into work. To be homeless as a family was to risk being judged unfit simply because the economy had withdrawn wages. The fear was not only sleeping outside, it was being broken apart. And then there were the police stations. To understand urban homelessness in this period, you have to understand the strange role of the station house as both shelter and instrument of control. Many cities allowed people without lodging to sleep in police stations, especially during cold weather or hard times. They were called lodgers in some records, as if the word could soften the reality. A police station lodging room might be a bare room, a bench, a floor, a cell area, or a basement space. Men entered under the eye of officers. They might give a name, true or false. They might be searched. They might be locked in for the night, not always because they had committed a crime, but because the station house was built around custody, not hospitality. In the morning they were turned out, often early, sometimes after being given a small task or simply told to move along. For a homeless man, the station house presented a terrible bargain. It was indoors. That mattered. It might be warmer than the street. It might be safer than an alley. But it was also humiliating and uncertain. Asking the police for a place to sleep meant stepping voluntarily into the institution that could arrest you. Some men avoided it as long as possible because they feared being recorded, detained, or treated as criminals. Others used it regularly because the alternative was worse. In winter especially, pride could freeze. Men who would never have imagined requesting police shelter in better times found themselves standing at the desk, explaining that they were out of work, not drunk, not thieves, just without money for a bed. The conditions were often poor. Reformers in several cities criticised police lodging rooms as dirty, overcrowded, unhealthy, and morally dangerous. Men slept packed together, sometimes with no bedding, sometimes on wooden planks, sometimes on floors already fouled by earlier lodgers. Ventilation could be bad. Illness spread easily. Vermin were common. A man who entered healthy might leave with a cough, lice, or worse. Yet the existence of these rooms reveals something important. Cities knew people had nowhere to sleep. They knew it so clearly that police stations became part of the emergency shelter system. But because the shelter was located inside policing, homelessness was treated as a condition adjacent to crime. Imagine entering one of these stations on a cold night during the Depression. The street outside is hard with frozen mud or snow. Your hands are stiff. You have delayed this moment for an hour, walking past once, twice, not wanting to go in while other men were watching. Finally, you step inside. The air is warmer, but not welcoming. There is gaslight, damp wool, tobacco, ink, iron, and the stale smell of cells. The officer looks up. He has seen dozens like you. That might make him impatient, or it might make him efficient. You say you need lodging. Maybe he asks where you're from. Maybe he asks why you're not working. Maybe he does not ask because the answer has become too common. You're sent to a room where other men already sit or lie. Some talk, some cough, some stare at nothing. One man removes his boots and immediately regrets the smell. Another keeps his hat over his face. A third has been drinking. A fourth mutters in his sleep. You find a space. If there is a bench, you sit. If there is floor, you lower yourself carefully because your knees hurt from walking. You do not undress. You do not become comfortable. You endure the night. That word endure may be the most accurate one. Sleep in such places did not restore a person in the way sleep should. It preserved him. It got him to morning. Morning came early and without tenderness. The station needed to function again. Lodgers were moved out. The man stepped back into the city with the same problem he had yesterday, only now he was more tired and perhaps more ashamed. If he was lucky, he still had enough strength to search for work. If he was not, he joined the slow-moving population of men whose bodies were beginning to show the cumulative damage of nights like this. Dirt, fatigue, bad sleep, poor food, and exposure all made a person look less employable. Homelessness made work harder to get, and the lack of work prolonged homelessness. That circle trapped many people. Police themselves were not all the same. Some were brutal, some were indifferent, some were quietly merciful within the limits of their job. A patrolman might wake a man roughly and tell him to move, or he might let him sleep until dawn if the night was bitter, and no property owner had complained. He might arrest a group under vagrancy laws or simply push them toward another district. He might know regular homeless men by face and habit. The police were agents of public order, and public order often meant making poverty less visible to those with influence. But individual officers were also men walking the same streets in the same weather, and some understood the difference between a thief and a worker broken by circumstances. The trouble was that the system did not depend on compassion. It depended on discretion, and discretion is uncertain shelter. Vagrancy law hovered over every outdoor sleeper. These laws had deep roots, carried from older English traditions into American local government, and by the 19th century they allowed authorities to control people who had no visible means of support. The phrase itself, visible means of support, is worth considering. It didn't ask whether you had looked for work. It asked whether support could be seen. Poverty had to present evidence. A man without a job, without money, without an address, and without a clear destination could be arrested not for stealing, not for assault, not for harming anyone, but for existing in public without acceptable explanation. During an economic depression, when thousands lacked work, that kind of law became a net cast over misfortune. Some towns used law not only to punish homelessness, but to move it elsewhere. A stranger might be jailed briefly, put to work, warned out of town, or escorted to the boundary. Railroad towns were especially alert to men arriving by freight. Local officials feared being overwhelmed by outsiders seeking relief. This produced a cruel geography of displacement. One town pushed men to the next. The next did the same. The unemployed became mobile not only because they searched for work, but because settled communities refused to let them remain without it. A man could be told to move on so many times that moving on became his identity in the eyes of others. Then those same others blamed him for wandering. There were also informal sleeping communities, especially near rivers, rail yards, industrial edges and vacant land. These places were not yet the large Depression-era shanty towns people associate with the 1930s, but they existed in rougher, smaller forms. Men built small fires, shared scraps, repaired clothing, exchanged information, and argued over rumours. A camp might last a night or a season. It might be tolerated until it grew too visible. The city's edge offered advantages: fewer police, more scrap wood, access to rail lines, less immediate complaint from property owners. But the edge also meant exposure, mud, danger, and distance from places where work might be found. A camp could become a place of mutual help, but it could also become a place where sickness, drinking, theft, and despair gathered. Poverty does not become pure because it is shared. It becomes survivable sometimes and dangerous at the same time. In cold weather, survival narrowed. A summer night in a park could be miserable but possible. A winter night could kill. Men sought boiler rooms, engine houses, station rooms, factories with night watchmen willing to look away, police stations, missions, or crowded lodging houses. Anything enclosed became valuable. Newspapers were used as blankets, stuffed under shirts or wrapped around legs. Straw, if found, helped. A fire was precious, but fire brought attention and risk. Too much smoke, and someone came. Too little fire, and the cold took over. Wet feet were serious. Frostbite was not a dramatic frontier injury. It could happen in the city to a man who had walked all day and failed to dry his socks. Illness followed exposure, and illness made employment even less likely. Rain had its own cruelty. Rain turned outdoor sleeping from hardship into defeat. It soaked wool and made coats heavy. It ruined paper used for insulation. It drove more people toward the same limited indoor shelters. A doorway that was adequate in dry weather might channel water across the step. A bridge underpass could drip constantly. A park bench became useless. Men who could endure cold sometimes broke under wet cold because there was no way to get dry. Cheap lodging houses filled quickly on rainy nights. Police stations saw more requests. Missions, where they existed, became crowded. Those turned away had to keep moving, not because movement fixed anything, but because standing in rain made the body colder faster. The emotional life of these nights is hard to recover, but not impossible to imagine responsibly. A homeless person in 1893 likely felt fear, shame, anger, boredom, exhaustion, suspicion, and sometimes relief, all within a single night. Relief came when a place was found. Shame came when the place was a police station. Fear came when footsteps approached. Anger came when moved along from a spot that harmed no one. Boredom came during the long hours when nothing happened and yet sleep would not come. Exhaustion came from never being able to stop managing the body. Where are my shoes? Who is near me? Is my coat safe? Will it rain? Is that policeman coming here? Will I wake in time? Can I find work looking like this? Homelessness is labour, not paid labour, not recognised labour, but labour all the same. It requires planning, movement, negotiation, memory, and constant attention. For those who had recently fallen, the first nights carried comparison. A man remembered his last room. Not fondly, perhaps. It may have been cramped, loud, hot in summer, cold in winter, with thin walls and a mattress that sagged. But it had been his, or at least rented by him. There is a deep difference between a poor room and no room. In a poor room, you can close a door, you can remove boots, you can be unobserved. You can keep small possessions in one place. You can lie down without being ordered to move. The homeless person loses not only shelter, but the private rituals that tell the mind the day has ended. Without a room, the day does not end cleanly. It leaks into night, and night becomes another shift of survival. People who had been homeless longer sometimes looked at newcomers with a mixture of pity and impatience. The new man did not yet know where to go. He might waste energy. He might trust the wrong person. He might spend his coins badly. He might talk too much about the job he used to have. Among homeless men there could be instruction, mockery, companionship, and exploitation. Someone might tell him which station house allowed lodgers. Someone else might steal from him while he slept. A group might share a fire. A man might keep to himself because dependence on strangers carried risk. The social world of the homeless was not separate from the wider society's values. It had hierarchies too. The old hand, the drunk, the young runaway, the injured worker, the immigrant with limited English, the man with tools, the man with none, the man who still looked respectable, the man who no longer could. Even at the bottom, people measured one another. Religious missions became increasingly important in this landscape, though we will come more fully to food and charity soon. Some missions offered lodging, or at least a warm room for part of the night. Often there were sermons, prayers, hymns, rules against drink, and expectations of moral reform. For some homeless people, the mission was a genuine refuge. For others, it was a place of last resort because help came wrapped in judgment. A man might sit through a sermon not because he had lost faith, but because he needed soup, or he might find in that room the first person in days who addressed him by name. The same institution could humiliate and save. History becomes more honest when it allows both. There were also people who refused certain forms of shelter. That refusal could be misunderstood. A charity worker might see a man turn away from a lodging room and call him stubborn or morally defective. But perhaps the room was crawling with vermin. Perhaps he had been robbed there. Perhaps he feared being locked in with violent men. Perhaps he had been insulted too many times by officials. Perhaps he preferred the danger he knew outdoors to the danger enclosed indoors. The poor often made choices that middle-class observers interpreted as irrational because the observers did not understand the full price of the options. A bad shelter is not automatically better than no shelter in every person's calculation. Sometimes the street, for all its danger, offered control. The city's tolerance changed with visibility. One man asleep behind a warehouse might be ignored. 50 men gathered in a park became a public issue. A few lodgers in a station house were manageable. Hundreds suggested failure. A doorway sleeper might be allowed on a freezing night, but if merchants complained that customers were being disturbed, the sleeper became a nuisance. This is one of the recurring patterns in the history of homelessness. Suffering is often tolerated when hidden and punished when visible. The homeless are told to disappear, then blamed for the places where disappearance is possible. And yet, in all of this, people made night survivable. They developed routines. A man might spend the early evening near a mission, then walk to a station house if no bed was available, then try a market shed if turned away, then sleep briefly under a bridge before dawn. Another might save for a lodging house every third night and sleep outside the others. A woman might remain in a church basement until closing, then go to a laundry where she knew the back room stayed warm. A boy might sleep near other newsboys, curled around his papers or his small earnings. These routines were not stable homes, but they were systems, and systems are how humans survive repeated hardship. As night wore on, the city sorted people by access. Those with homes withdrew behind doors. Those with money entered hotels, boarding houses, or lodging rooms. Those with connections found friends, family, church members, employers, or ethnic societies. Those with nothing negotiated with public space and police authority. By midnight, the difference between classes could be measured by posture. The housed lay down. The barely housed lay in crowded beds. The homeless sat, crouched, leaned, walked, or curled in places not meant for sleep. Morning would flatten the difference somewhat. Everyone would return to streets and workplaces, but the body remembers whether it has slept safely. Near dawn, the outdoor sleeper began to move before the city fully woke. This was practical. Shopkeepers did not want to find men in their doorways. Police became more active as business resumed. The homeless person needed to clean himself if possible, wash at a public fountain, straighten clothing, brush dirt from sleeves, make the face look employable. That morning transformation was part of survival. A man who had slept under a bridge could not arrive at a hiring gate looking like a man who had slept under a bridge. He had to reconstruct respectability from almost nothing. Smooth the hair, wipe the boots, fold the newspaper that had served as insulation and throw it away. Stand upright. Do not limp if limping makes you look weak. Do not cough too much. Say yes, sir. Say you are ready. Some failed that performance because nobody can perform endlessly without rest. Those who failed became easier to classify as tramps rather than workers. Once classified, they were less likely to be hired and more likely to be moved along. This is the cruel feedback loop at the centre of the story. Homelessness produced the signs that society used to justify excluding the homeless. Dirty clothing, fatigue, irregular movement, sleeping in public, poor health, association with other homeless people, all of it could be read as moral evidence rather than material consequence. A man became proof of his own supposed failure by visibly suffering the effects of having nowhere to live. Still, the morning also brought possibility. Work, however unlikely, was more imaginable in daylight. Breadlines began to form. Missions opened. Markets discarded food. Labour agents posted notices. Trains departed. A man who had survived the night could tell himself that survival was not nothing, because it was not. He had preserved the body long enough to try again. The city that had barely allowed him to sleep now demanded that he search for work, behave respectfully, avoid arrest, and solve the problem of hunger before solving the problem of shelter all over again by sunset. This is the rhythm that thousands entered during the Depression after 1893. Daylight was for seeking wages, food, and legitimacy. Night was for finding a place where the body could remain without being driven away. The two struggles fed each other. Without sleep, work was harder to find. Without work, sleep was harder to buy. Without cleanliness, employers hesitated. Without shelter, cleanliness disappeared. Without an address, respectability weakened. Without respectability, charity became more suspicious. A person could be trapped not by one closed door but by a ring of them. And as the morning lines formed outside missions, churches, relief offices, bakeries and charity kitchens, sleep gave way to hunger. The men who had spent the night in station houses, parks, doorways, cheap lodging rooms and rail yard camps emerged into the same question. What can be eaten, and what will it cost besides money? Because food relief in the 1890s was rarely just food. It could require a sermon, a work test, an investigation, a loss of pride, or the patience to stand for hours in public while the city looked at you and decided what kind of poor person you were. Hunger had its own schedule during the Depression of the 1890s. It did not wait until noon, and it did not arrive politely at the supper hour. It often began before daylight, while the city was still half asleep, and the street lamps were burning low. When men who had spent the night in police stations, cheap lodging rooms, doorways, parks, sheds and railroad yards started moving toward the places where food might be given out. A bread line was not only a line for bread, it was a line between one version of yourself and another. On one side stood the person who had worked, paid, chosen, bought, ordered, and eaten because he had the money to do so. On the other side stood the person who waited to be handed something and understood that the waiting itself had become part of the price. There is a particular kind of cold that belongs to morning before breakfast. Anyone who has gone outside too early without eating knows a small version of it. Your body is awake but not ready. Your stomach has not yet become loud, but it has started to remind you that the day has opened with a debt. Now imagine that you have slept badly, or barely slept at all. Your coat is damp, your boots are stiff, you have not washed properly, you have no work to go to, but you still need to move because standing still in public too long invites attention. The bakery door is not open yet. The mission kitchen has not started serving. The charity hall will not unlock for another hour. And already men are gathering because the first rule of relief was simple and unkind. If you came late, there might be nothing left. Breadlines became one of the visible signs of the economic disaster after 1893, because hunger made unemployment public. A closed factory could be explained in business language. A bank suspension could be printed in a financial column, but a line of men waiting for food before dawn could not be hidden inside terminology. It stood on the street where clerks passed, where shopkeepers watched, where police counted, where newspaper reporters could turn suffering into a paragraph. The Depression of 1893 was among the worst downturns in American history, with unemployment remaining above 10% for about half a decade in major estimates, and relief systems that had been designed for ordinary poverty were quickly strained by mass unemployment. Let us picture one of those mornings carefully, not as a painting, not as a symbol, just as a morning. The line has formed along the side of a building owned by a church, a benevolent association, a mission, or a citizens' relief committee. The men stand with collars up, hands folded under their arms, hats pulled low. Some are silent because hunger makes speech feel expensive. Some talk too much because silence leaves room for worry. One man claims there is work opening near the river. Another says he heard the same thing yesterday and it was a lie. Someone coughs for a long time. Someone else laughs too loudly at nothing very funny. A younger man tries to stand apart from the rougher men because he still believes this will be temporary and does not want to be mistaken for one of them. An older man watches him and says nothing because he remembers feeling that way. The food itself was usually plain: soup, bread, coffee if the institution had it. Sometimes stew, sometimes leftovers gathered from donors. Sometimes a thin meal meant more to quiet hunger than satisfy it. Soup had an obvious advantage. It could be stretched. Add water. Add bones. Add vegetables bruised enough for the market to reject. Add scraps of meat. Add beans if there were beans. And a pot could feed more people than a tray of solid food. Bread had the same value. It was cheap, portable, familiar, and could be handed quickly to a crowd. The term breadline had already entered American life before the Panic of 1893, connected to the practice of distributing unsold baked goods to the poor, and by the late 19th century soup houses and food relief efforts were already part of urban charity in the United States. But the line was never just about calories. It was also about being seen needing calories. That is a different thing. Hunger in private can remain personal. Hunger in a public line becomes a social fact. Men who had once entered bakeries as customers now stood outside waiting for the back door. Women who had fed families from their own kitchens now entered charity offices to explain why their children needed food. Boys who had watched fathers leave for work now watched them return with bread received under supervision. The food might preserve the body, but the process could injure pride in ways that were harder to name. People sometimes speak about pride as if it is a foolish luxury of the poor. It is not. Pride is part of how a person remains intact when everything else is being taken apart. The people who organised relief understood hunger, but they also feared it. This is important. Charity in the 1890s was not simply kindness flowing downward. It was mixed with anxiety about public order, morality, dependence, fraud, drink, family breakdown, and the frightening sight of large numbers of unemployed men in the streets. Feeding people was an act of mercy, but it was also a way to keep the city calm. A hungry crowd could become a political crowd. A political crowd could become, in the minds of officials and property owners, a dangerous crowd. The years around 1893 and 1894 were already full of labour unrest, strikes, marches, and public anger. A bowl of soup could be offered with compassion, but it could also function as a quiet tool of control. Give enough to prevent desperation from boiling over, but not so much that anyone could be accused of being rewarded for idleness. This is where the charity organisation society movement enters the story. By the time the Panic of 1893 struck, many American cities had already adopted or been influenced by the organised charity model that grew in the United States during the 1870s and 1880s. Its supporters believed that older, scattered forms of giving were inefficient, sentimental, and sometimes harmful. They wanted relief to be coordinated, investigated, and directed toward people judged deserving. The movement grew in response to urban poverty, unemployment, sickness, industrial accidents, and the weakening of older village-style mutual aid in expanding cities. That sounds reasonable when stated from the office side of the desk. Coordinate aid, avoid duplication, make sure food and money go where they are truly needed, encourage self-support, do not let fraud drain resources. But now sit on the other side of the desk. You are hungry, your children are hungry, your rent is late. Your husband has been looking for work for weeks, or perhaps you're a single man who has walked from shop to shop until your feet are blistered. You enter a charity office and the first thing you receive is not bread. It is questions, name, age, religion, birthplace, last address, last employer, reason for leaving, married or unmarried, children, habits, relatives, church connection, drink, debts, references. The charity visitor may be kind, and some were. The visitor may also be suspicious, hurried, moralizing, or tired of hearing stories that all end in the same empty cupboard. The organised charity ideal often separated the poor into categories that mattered deeply in practice: deserving or undeserving, temporarily unfortunate or chronically dependent, sober or intemperate, local resident or wandering stranger, worker or tramp, widow or immoral woman. Family in distress or family failing morally. A person asking for help had to learn how to present suffering in the correct form. Too proud and you might seem ungrateful. Too desperate and you might seem unstable. Too clean and someone might wonder if you truly needed aid. Too dirty and someone might wonder if your habits caused your poverty. You had to be poor enough to deserve help, but not so poor that you appeared ruined. That was a narrow passage to walk. The Depression made these categories harder to maintain honestly. When work disappeared on a mass scale, the old language of personal failure began to strain. A man could be sober, willing, able-bodied, and still unemployed. A woman could be careful, religious, hard-working, and still unable to feed her children. A family could economize until there was nothing left to economize and still fall behind. The panic forced charity workers, city officials, and ordinary donors to confront a problem that did not fit neatly into moral sorting. Yet the sorting did not disappear. It rarely does. Systems often hold on to their habits even when reality has outgrown them. In some places, emergency committees formed because existing charities could not handle the demand. Citizens raised funds, churches opened rooms, benevolent societies organised meals, ethnic associations helped their own communities, labour groups assisted members where they could, Jewish charities, Catholic parishes, Protestant missions, black churches, immigrant mutual aid societies, women's relief associations and neighbourhood networks all became part of the patchwork. The United States had no national unemployment insurance and no federal food relief system for ordinary unemployed people. Relief was local, uneven, moralised, and dependent on where a person happened to be when hunger caught up with him. This meant survival could vary dramatically from city to city. One city might open public works for the unemployed or support soup kitchens through private committees. Another might offer almost nothing beyond police station lodging and arrest. One church might feed without many questions. Another might require attendance at a service first. One charity visitor might understand that a man cannot find work because no work exists. Another might decide he has not tried hard enough. The unemployed learned the relief map the way they learn the sleeping map. Which mission serves early? Which soup line moves fast? Which charity office gives tickets for bread? Which place asks too many questions? Which church helps families but not single men? Which police station sends men to a mission? Which mission sends them back to the police? There is something uncomfortable but necessary to say here. Charity could save lives and still be humiliating. both are true. It is tempting to choose one version, to say either the charitable workers were noble rescuers or they were agents of judgment and control. History is rarely that tidy. A woman ladling soup might have stood for hours on her feet because she genuinely believed no person should go hungry. A minister might have opened a mission in the belief that food and faith belong together. A volunteer might have gone home exhausted and worried because the line had been longer than the pot could answer. At the same time, the person receiving help might have experienced the entire scene as exposure, discipline, and shame. Good intentions do not cancel the power difference between the ladle and the bowl. Now let us follow a man through the line. He has not eaten since yesterday afternoon. He spent the night in a station house where he slept badly on a wooden bench beside men he did not know. At dawn, he washed his face at a public pump. Not well, but enough to remove the worst of the night. He heard from another lodger that a church kitchen was serving on the east side. He walked there because walking costs nothing except strength, and strength is the one currency he has been spending without replenishment. When he arrives, the line is already long. He considers leaving because the sight of so many men like himself frightens him. Not because he despises them exactly, but because they reveal his possible future. Some are ragged in a way he is not yet ragged. Some have the fixed, distant look of men who have been refused too often. He does not want to belong to them. But hunger is stronger than his discomfort, so he joins the end. The line moves slowly. A man near the front argues, and everyone behind him becomes angry not because the argument is wrong, but because it threatens the meal. Someone says the kitchen will run out. Someone else says it always runs out. A volunteer steps outside and tells the men to keep order. That word order is important. Order meant not crowding the door, not shouting, not pushing, not making the donors afraid. It also meant accepting the terms of the room. Perhaps there will be a prayer first, perhaps a hymn, perhaps a short address about temperance, thrift, and honest labour. Imagine hearing a warning against idleness after weeks of looking for work. Imagine holding a bowl while someone explains the dignity of labour to a room full of men who would gladly work if anyone would hire them. Still, when the soup comes, he takes it. Of course he does. This is where moral commentary often fails. A hungry person does not need a perfect institution. He needs food. The soup is hot, or at least warm. It may be thin, but the first spoonful changes the body quickly. Heat enters the stomach, hands steady. The headache softens a little. Bread is given beside it. He eats too fast and tells himself to slow down. Around him, men bend over bowls with the intense privacy of public hunger. People eating in restaurants look outward, talk, gesture, complain, choose. People eating in charity rooms often look down. The bowl becomes a small territory. For a few minutes, the body is busy receiving help and can stop asking what comes next. For women and families, the scene could look different. A mother might avoid a public bread line for men and instead seek help through a church visitor, a parish priest, a women's relief association, or a charity office. She might be given groceries rather than a public meal, or tickets exchangeable for coal, bread, or milk. This could preserve some privacy, but it could also bring intrusion into the home. Charity visitors entered rooms, inspected conditions, judged housekeeping, asked about husbands, children, habits, cleanliness, and debts. A room already stripped by poverty could become evidence against the person living in it. If it was too bare, the family was destitute. If it had a decent object remaining, someone might wonder why that object had not been sold. Poverty was examined from every angle and found suspicious from most of them. Children experienced food relief in ways that could mark memory. A child might remember the taste of soup less than the way adults behaved around it. The lowered voices, the warning to be polite, the instruction not to ask for more unless offered, the embarrassment of carrying charity bread through the street. Or perhaps the child remembered only the relief of eating. We should not impose adult shame onto every child's experience. Hunger is simpler when you are young. Food appears, and for a moment the world improves. But children also learn quickly from faces. They know when a mother is grateful and ashamed at the same time. They know when a father feels diminished. They know when the family has crossed from buying to asking. Some charities tried to avoid direct handouts by offering work relief. This could mean chopping wood, breaking stone, sewing, cleaning streets, repairing roads, improving public works, or performing other labour in exchange for food or small wages. During the Depression, some cities turned to street improvement work or similar measures that paid bare subsistence wages, a pattern noted in accounts of local responses to 1894 unemployment. Work relief made sense to many taxpayers because it seemed to protect the moral boundary between help and dependency. The able-bodied poor would not receive something for nothing. They would work. But the work was often temporary, poorly paid, and designed as much to test character as to solve unemployment. For the person receiving it, work relief could be welcome. A day breaking stones was hard, but it might feel better than a day standing in line. It allowed a man to say he had earned the food. It gave structure to time. It gave the body fatigue that felt more honest than the fatigue of waiting. Yet it could also be degrading when the work was make work, publicly visible, or paid so little that it barely changed anything. A skilled machinist breaking stones for bread was not being restored to his trade. A clerk chopping wood for relief was not returning to stable employment. The task proved willingness, but it did not repair the economy that had made willingness insufficient. Missions added another layer. Many urban missions offered food along with religious instruction, temperance appeals, and efforts to reform the poor. For some men and women, these places were lifelines. They offered warmth, meals, clothing, conversation, and sometimes help finding work. For others, they felt like rooms where hunger was used to secure attention. A man might sit through a sermon because leaving would mean missing the meal. A woman might accept prayer because refusing could be read as pride. Again, the truth is not simple. Some people found real comfort in those prayers. Others endured them. Some volunteers treated recipients with tenderness. Others saw every empty bowl as proof of spiritual failure. In the relief hall, mercy and judgment sat very close together. The food line was also a place where information moved. Men exchanged rumours about work, trains, towns, contractors, farms, mines, docks, and relief agencies. A person could learn where not to go. The factory on the south side is closed. The railroad is hiring no one. The city yard took 200 names and called 10. A contractor skipped town. A church on Elm Street serves breakfast. A bakery gives old bread if you come after dark. A mission has beds if you arrive before 6. These rumours were not gossip in the casual sense. They were survival data. Some were wrong, some were deliberately false, some were yesterday's truth, which in a depression could be as dangerous as a lie. But people shared them because information was one of the few resources they could give each other without losing it. The line could also be tense because everyone in it knew scarcity. If the pot ran out, the men at the back did not receive a philosophical explanation. They received nothing. Scarcity changes the manners of a crowd. It makes cutting the line a serious offence. It makes delay feel like theft. It turns a volunteer's slow ladle into a source of suspicion. Why did he get more? Why are they letting those men inside first? Is there enough bread? Hunger is not naturally patient. It has to be disciplined. And the discipline becomes harder the longer the line and the thinner the soup. Race and ethnicity shape these scenes in ways that should not be ignored. Immigrant communities often built their own relief systems because language, religion and discrimination affected access to mainstream charities. A German, Irish, Italian, Jewish, Polish, Scandinavian or Bohemian worker might turn first to a church, synagogue, landsmanschaft, benevolent association, or neighbourhood network tied to his community. Black Americans faced discrimination in employment and relief, and black churches and mutual aid networks were often essential where white-controlled institutions excluded or neglected them. The public bread line may look, from a distance, like a single democratic line of hunger, but hunger entered that line through unequal doors. There was also the question of the local poor versus the stranger. Cities often preferred helping residents and distrusted wanderers. This was not irrational from their perspective. Local funds were limited, and officials feared becoming magnets for unemployed men arriving by rail. But for the unemployed person, the distinction could be cruel. If he stayed in one place, there might be no work. If he travelled to find work, he became a stranger less eligible for aid. Relief systems could punish mobility at the very moment the labour market demanded it. A man following rumours of jobs might arrive in a city hungry and be told charity was for local cases. Then the city might tell him to move on, which turned him into exactly the wandering tramp it claimed to resent. The shame attached to food relief was not only personal, it was political. The Panic of 1893 raised hard questions about whether private charity was enough in an industrial nation. The march of Coxey's army in 1894 grew out of the belief that the federal government should create jobs for the unemployed through public works rather than leaving men to bread lines and local charity. Coxey's group was mocked by many observers, but its demand pointed toward debates that would return in the 20th century. Whether unemployment was a private misfortune or a public responsibility. In 1894, that idea still sounded radical to many Americans. The bowl of soup remained easier to imagine than a national duty to provide work. By mid-morning, the bread line began to dissolve. Some men had eaten and moved toward hiring places. Some stayed near the mission because they had nowhere better to go. Some were turned away and began planning the next attempt. The volunteers cleaned bowls. The kitchen counted what remained. A donor might be thanked. A report might later record how many meals were served, how many men were orderly, how many seemed worthy, how much bread was used, how much money was needed to continue. Reports are useful, but they often miss the most important measurement. They count meals given, not the distance between receiving a meal and recovering a life. Our man leaves with warmth in his stomach, but not security. That distinction matters. Food relief solved the next hour. It did not solve the night. It did not reopen the factory, restore his tools, pay the lodging house, or convince an employer to hire someone who looked increasingly worn by the search itself. But the meal had value because survival is built from temporary solutions. One bowl, one piece of bread, one morning less dangerous than it could have been. People who have never been hungry sometimes dismiss temporary help because it does not cure the cause. Hungry people know that temporary help is the bridge to the next decision. As he walks away, the city is fully awake now. Shop doors open, streetcars fill, office clerks hurry past, women bargain at markets, children run errands. The ordinary day has resumed, and this is one of the hardest parts of being poor in public. Your emergency exists inside everyone else's routine. A man can leave a soup kitchen and pass a restaurant where breakfast is being served to people who are annoyed their coffee is late. He can pass a bakery where fresh loaves are stacked behind glass. He can pass a factory gate and see fewer men taken on than yesterday. He can carry a bread roll in his pocket and feel both grateful and reduced by it. By afternoon, the food is gone from his stomach. The question returns. Where next? Some men went back to the same line the next day and the day after that until the volunteers recognised them. Some avoided being recognised by rotating between places, preserving dignity through movement. Some took relief tickets and tried to exchange them. Some sought work relief. Some left town because a rumour said another city was better. Some drifted toward the rail yards because motion, even dangerous motion, felt more hopeful than waiting under the eyes of charity. That movement toward the rails was not always planned as a grand journey. Sometimes it began with a single thought after a meal that was not enough. There is no work here, and if I stay here, I will stand in this line until I become the kind of man everyone expects to see in it. The bread line before dawn kept people alive, but it also showed them the limits of being helped in place. It revealed who would feed them, Who would question them? Who would preach to them? Who would make them work first? Who would turn them away? And who would quietly put an extra piece of bread into a hand without saying anything about it? It gave the hungry a morning and sometimes a lead-on work, but it also gathered the unemployed together where they could compare notes and discover that their private failure was not private at all. Hundreds of men with the same story make a different kind of fact. By the time those men left the soup kitchens and charity halls, many had already begun listening for the names of other towns, other rail lines, other rumours, because hunger had taught them where to stand still, and unemployment was about to teach them how to move. Movement could feel like food when a man had gone too long without either. That is one of the strange truths of homelessness during the panic of 1893. A person might have no sure destination, no employer waiting, no bed arranged at the other end of the line, and still feel that leaving was better than staying. Staying meant the same factory gate, the same soup kitchen, the same police station, the same looks from the same people who had begun to recognise you in the line. Staying meant becoming part of the scenery of your own failure. Leaving, even with no guarantee, allowed a man to say that he was looking. He was not idle. He was not rooted in defeat. He was on his way to work, or at least toward the rumour of it. In a country built around railroads, rumour itself often seemed to travel on iron. The railroad was the great American promise of the late 19th century, and also one of its traps. It had changed distance. It had tied farms to grain markets, mines to steel mills, forests to cities, cattle ranges to slaughterhouses, and small towns to national prices they could not control. It carried letters, machinery, coal, beef, newspapers, immigrants, soldiers, salesmen, politicians, tourists, and the raw materials of modern America. By the 1890s, rails crossed the continent so completely that a person could look at a map and feel, falsely but powerfully, that somewhere on all those lines there must be a place where he was needed. When work disappeared in one city, the track out of town looked like an argument against despair. It pointed somewhere else. That was enough to make men follow it. But the same railroad system that offered movement had helped create the crisis that sent so many men onto the move. Railroads had been overbuilt, overfinanced, speculated on, bonded, reorganised, and stretched beyond what some companies could sustain. When the panic struck, railroad failures became part of the economic collapse, and railroad workers themselves were laid off, reduced, or thrown into uncertainty. The machine that had promised national opportunity now carried unemployed men who could not afford tickets, men who hid in boxcars, clung to brake beams, slipped into freight yards after dark and learned that the road to work could also be a road into danger. It is hard to think of a sharper image for the 1890s than that. A homeless man riding illegally on a train owned by an industry that no longer had wages for him. Let us place ourselves near a rail yard in the evening, not the clean station platform where passengers wait beneath lamps with trunks and tickets, but the freight side where the air smells of coal smoke, grease, damp wood, manure, iron, and old grain. Switch engines cough and shove cars together with hard metallic blows. Men with lanterns walk beside tracks, calling signals that mean nothing to an outsider. Couplers slam, chains clank, steam hisses from valves. Somewhere a watchman is making his rounds. Somewhere else, behind stacks of ties or near a fence gap, a handful of unemployed men are waiting for the right moment. They are not adventurers, though later songs and stories would try to make them so. They are tired men trying to turn geography into a chance. A rumour has brought them there. Rumour was the unofficial employment office of the homeless. Someone at the soup line said there was harvest work west of the city. Someone in the police lodging room said a railroad shop in another town was taking men. Someone outside a mission said the mines were hiring again, or that the docks needed hands, or that a contractor was building a bridge 3 counties away. Sometimes the rumour had been true when it began and false by the time a man arrived. Sometimes it had never been true. Sometimes it was true for 20 men, and 200 heard it. But when the local labour market had collapsed, rumour was not foolishness. It was information of uncertain quality, and uncertain information was still better than no direction at all. The men waiting by the yard knew they were not supposed to be there. That knowledge shaped every movement. Freight trains were private property. Railroad companies did not want men stealing rides, damaging cargo, frightening crews, or being injured under wheels. Yard watchmen, railroad police, and local officers tried to keep trespassers away, especially during hard times when the number of men attempting to ride increased. A man caught in a yard could be beaten, arrested, fined, jailed, or simply thrown off and told never to return. Some watchmen were brutal because brutality was efficient. Some were indifferent until they were forced to care. Some looked away when the night was cold, or when the man looked more like a worker than a criminal. But no homeless traveller could count on mercy. He had to count on timing. Timing began with watching the train. A passenger train was harder in some ways, more watched, more controlled, though some men attempted to ride platforms, blind baggage areas, or other dangerous spaces. Freight was more likely. Boxcars, gondolas, flat cars, coal cars, stock cars, refrigerator cars, cabooses if one were foolish or bold enough to try near the crew, and the terrible undercarriage spaces that men used when they had no better choice. Each had its own risks. An empty boxcar could feel almost luxurious compared to the ground. It had walls, a floor, and sometimes straw, old packing material, or sacks. But it might be sealed, inspected, or already occupied by men who did not welcome strangers. A flat car offered no shelter from weather and little protection from falling. A gondola could hold scrap, coal, stone, or nothing, and its metal sides could become brutally cold. A stock car might stink but block some wind. Riding beneath a car on rods or brake beams was one of the most dangerous options imaginable, and yet men did it because desperation does not always choose from safe choices. It chooses from what remains. Getting aboard was its own skill. A train starting from rest could be easier than one already moving, but starting trains attracted attention. A slow-moving freight might be caught if a man ran beside it and grabbed a ladder, but a misstep could take a foot, a hand, a life. Loose clothing could snag. A boot could slip on wet ballast. The gap between cars could open like a mouth. In the dark, distance became unreliable. Men who had worked around railroads understood some of these dangers. Men new to the road learned from others, or learned too late. The rail-riding world had practical knowledge that did not appear in polite manuals. Do not climb where the crew can see you. Do not trust a car that may be switched onto a siding and left for days. Do not ride a loaded coal car without knowing where you can brace yourself. Do not sleep too deeply near an open door. Do not keep all your money in an obvious pocket. Do not argue with a man who holds a club and has the law near him. Do not jump when the train is faster than your legs can understand. There was also the weather. Modern people often imagine trains as enclosed spaces because our minds go to passenger cars' seats, windows, heat, and timetables. The homeless rail rider usually had none of that. He had wind. The wind created by speed is different from ordinary wind. It does not merely blow against you. It finds every seam in clothing, drives dust into eyes, numbs ears, and turns a cold night into something sharp enough to feel personal. In winter, men froze. Not always to death, though that happened, but enough to lose feeling in fingers and toes, enough to arrive unable to walk well, enough to become ill. In rain, an open car became a moving trough of misery. In summer, a sealed or poorly ventilated car could become suffocatingly hot. Cinders from the engine blew back and burned small holes in coats. Soot settled on faces and hands. By morning a man could look older, rougher, and more suspicious than he had looked the night before, which meant the very journey taken in search of work made him less presentable to employers when he arrived. And yet the train offered one thing no breadline could offer. It offered elsewhere. Elsewhere is powerful when where you are has become impossible. Elsewhere allowed men to imagine a foreman who needed hands, a farmer short of harvest labour, a town not yet crowded with unemployed strangers, a season not yet lost. Some men followed harvest cycles as they had before the panic, moving toward wheat, fruit, timber or construction. Others moved more randomly, pushed by arrests, hunger, hearsay and disappointment. A man might ride west because west still held the old American association with chance, even if the actual West of the 1890s was already full of fences, debts, rail monopolies, failed farms, and towns with their own unemployed men. He might ride east because cities meant soup kitchens and docks. He might ride south for warmth. He might ride north because someone said the mines were paying. He might simply ride because he had been told to leave. The word tramp carried a heavy burden in this period. It had been in use before the Panic of 1893, especially after the economic turmoil of the 1870s, when large numbers of unemployed men travelled in search of work and public anxiety about wandering men grew. By the 1890s, the tramp was already a figure of fear and fascination in newspapers, sermons, charity reports, cartoons, and local law. He could be portrayed as lazy, dangerous, comic, diseased, foreign, radical, drunken, or pathetic, depending on who was writing and what they wanted readers to feel. The actual men on the road were more varied than the image allowed. Some were chronic wanderers, some were seasonal labourers, some were newly unemployed, some were criminals, some were honest workers caught in a system that had no stable place for them. Some drank heavily, some did not drink at all. Some travelled alone, some in groups. Some wanted only work, some had begun to prefer movement to the humiliation of failing in one place. The label flattened them all, because labels often do the work of not having to look closely. There is a difference, later writers would say, between a tramp, a hobo, and a bum. The hobo travels and works. The tramp travels and does not work. The bum neither travels nor works. But in the hard years after 1893, these distinctions were less tidy on the ground. A man could be willing to work and unemployed long enough to look like someone unwilling. He could ride rails to find labour and be arrested as a vagrant before he reached it. He could work for 3 days, spend the wages on food and lodging, then ride again. Identity shifted with opportunity. The road made categories unstable, which is one reason settled society distrusted it. People with addresses prefer people to have clear definitions. The rail rider had motion instead. Along the tracks, camps formed in places that were close enough to the railroad to serve travellers, but hidden enough to avoid immediate trouble. Men called such places jungles in later hobo language, and the practice of gathering near rail lines had already taken shape in the late 19th century. These were not jungles in the tropical sense, of course. They were patches of scrub, riverbank, drainage ditch, wooded edge or vacant ground near the freight yards where men could build a small fire, cook if they had anything to cook, rest, talk, wash a little, and wait for the next train. A camp might contain a few men or a crowd, depending on the town, season and state of the economy. It could be temporary as smoke or recurrent enough that regular travellers knew where to find it. The fire was the centre of such a place, just as it had been in older households, but now it did different work. It warmed men who had no hearth. It boiled coffee made from grounds used too many times. It heated tin cans of beans, scraps of meat, stolen vegetables, begged potatoes or whatever could be found. Men cooked in cans, pans, broken pots or on sticks. They shared sometimes, guarded sometimes, lied sometimes. A newcomer might be invited close if he seemed harmless, kept at a distance if he seemed dangerous, mocked if he lacked road knowledge, or helped because everyone remembered being new. These camps had rough etiquette. Do not waste food. Do not steal from a man sleeping beside the fire unless you are willing to be treated as someone outside the group. Do not bring police attention. Do not boast too loudly if others are hungry. Do not assume every story is true, but listen anyway because a false story can still contain a useful place name. Conversation in a rail camp had a rhythm of its own. Men told where they had been thrown off. where jobs had vanished, where charity was decent, where police were vicious, where a farmer gave meals for splitting wood, where a town jail fed men if they asked to be arrested for vagrancy, where a watchman swung first and spoke afterward. The map they carried was not the official railroad map with neat lines and company names. It was a map of treatment. Good water here, bad bulls there, a mission by the depot, work rumoured near the mill, jail crowded, dogs at the grain elevator, friendly baker, no use going to that town. This kind of knowledge turned the country into a chain of risks and small chances. Food on the road was gathered through methods that respectable society judged according to its own comfort. Begging or asking for a meal at a back door was common. Some men called it asking for work because offering to chop wood or carry water in exchange for food preserved dignity and sometimes succeeded. Farms along rail lines saw many such men during hard times. A woman at a farmhouse door might give bread, leftovers, coffee, or nothing. She might be kind because she had sons of her own. She might be afraid because a strange man at the door was not a small matter, especially if she was alone. She might set food outside and close the door. She might call the dogs. Both the traveller and the householder stood inside a tense ritual. Hunger asked. Fear answered. Sometimes mercy won. Sometimes fear did. Sometimes the same person felt both. The backdoor meal became one of the recurring images of tramp life, but it was not simple charity. It could involve humiliation, bargaining, suspicion, and performance. A man learned how to approach, not too boldly, not too meekly, hat off, voice steady. Say you are looking for work. Say you have had no breakfast. Offer to saw wood. Do not step too close. Do not look around the kitchen as if measuring what could be stolen. Accept what is given. Leave. A man who violated these rules could make it harder for the next hungry traveller. Communities remembered bad encounters vividly and good encounters quietly. Some rail riders entered towns only long enough to seek food, relief, or work, then returned to the yards. Others avoided towns because vagrancy arrests were likely. The law could catch a man precisely where survival required him to go. To ask for food, he had to appear at doors. To find work, he had to present himself. To sleep, he had to stop moving. Each act made him visible. The safest posture was often temporary motion, but motion without rest exhausted the body. This is how homelessness turns the ordinary needs of life into legal risk. Eating, sleeping, travelling, asking, waiting, all could become suspicious when done by a man without money. The railroad companies themselves viewed unauthorised riders as a problem of safety, liability, theft and order. Freight trains carried valuable goods. Men hiding in cars might steal cargo, or be accused of doing so whether they had or not. A car with unemployed men aboard might alarm crew members or station agents. Injured trespassers created trouble even when the company denied responsibility. Some railroads employed special agents or watchmen to patrol yards and remove riders. These men had power over travellers far beyond what any printed rule could describe. A watchman could decide whether a man lost a train, a night's shelter, a few teeth, or his freedom. The rail rider's relationship to authority was immediate and physical. There was no appeal process in the dark beside a string of boxcars. Consider the moment of being discovered. The train has slowed near a junction. A lantern swings outside, boots on gravel. A voice says, "Come out." The men in the car freeze. One tries to slip out the far side, another stays still, hoping the dark will hide him. The door rolls open. Light cuts across the floor. The watchman sees shapes, blankets, coats, faces streaked with soot. He may order them down, he may curse, he may swing a club at the slowest, he may call police, he may take what little money one has, though not every watchman was corrupt. The men climb down because the alternative is worse. The train pulls away without them. In the sudden quiet after it leaves, the loss is larger than transportation. It is the loss of the place the rumour pointed to. the loss of a night spent moving instead of standing still. Some men attempted to ride through dangerous spaces because they were harder to detect. The brake beam under a car, the rods beneath the frame, the narrow places between equipment, these were places where a man could hide from eyes and expose himself to machinery. Stories of men losing limbs, being crushed or found dead along tracks, were common enough to become part of the fear surrounding tramp life. A sleepy shift, a sudden jolt, a loose grip, a wrong movement in the dark, and the body met iron without negotiation. The late 19th century railroad was already dangerous for paid workers. Brakemen, switchmen, and yard workers faced high injury rates, even when trained and authorized. For an exhausted, unemployed man riding illegally, the danger multiplied, and still they rode. That fact should not be romanticized, but it should be understood. A man did not need to believe the road was good. He only needed to believe remaining was worse. If the city had no work, if the breadline had become permanent, if the police knew his face, if the lodging house was no longer affordable, if winter was closing in, then a freight train became less a choice than a form of argument with fate. Perhaps another town would treat him differently. Perhaps another foreman would need exactly one more man. Perhaps a harvest had begun somewhere and he could arrive before the crowd. Perhaps the rumour was wrong, but the train was going, and going felt like action. The movement of unemployed men by rail became one reason communities across the country feared being overwhelmed by strangers. A town might hear that a freight had arrived with 20 men aboard and react as if invasion had begun. Local newspapers could exaggerate numbers and danger, but the fear was real. Town budgets were limited. Jails were small. Relief funds were often meant for local residents. Merchants worried about theft. Householders worried about strangers at doors. Workers worried that desperate arrivals would take jobs at lower wages. Police worried about disorder. So towns developed habits of removal. Move them along, put them on the next train, jail them overnight, escort them out, feed them once and tell them not to return. The rail system made national movement possible, while local authorities tried to make responsibility impossible. This pushed homeless travellers into a cruel loop. They were told to go where work existed, but every place without proof of work treated them as outsiders. They were told not to beg, but denied wages. They were told not to sleep in public, but refused shelter. They were told not to steal rides, but had no money for tickets and no local work. Society demanded movement and punished the means by which the poor moved. That contradiction defined much of tramp life during the Depression. Not all rail riders were alone. Some moved in loose groups for protection, companionship, or shared knowledge. A group could help board a train, warn of watchmen, share food, and reduce the risk of being attacked. It could also attract attention and become harder to hide. Among the unemployed, groups sometimes formed around a common destination, a rumour, a charismatic talker, or simple chance. One man had matches, another had a tin cup, another knew the yard, another had heard of work in the next state. Together they became a temporary society. By the next week they might be scattered across 3 towns, one jailed, one working, one injured, one still moving. The road formed communities quickly and dissolved them without ceremony. The most famous organised movement of unemployed men in this era was Coxey's army in 1894, but it was only the most visible expression of a wider unrest. Across the country, industrial armies and groups of jobless men attempted to travel toward Washington, or toward places where they hoped to make their demands heard. Some tried to commandeer trains or pressure railroads into transporting them. Some were arrested. Some were fed by sympathisers. Some were mocked as spectacles. Behind the drama was a basic fact. Unemployed men had learned that walking was too slow for national desperation, and railroads were the only roads large enough for the scale of their need. A freight train could carry protest as well as poverty. For the solitary man, though, the politics of the matter might have been distant. He cared less about national reform than about reaching a place where he could earn. That does not mean he had no opinions. Men in camps talked politics fiercely. They spoke about bankers, silver, gold, railroads, trusts, bosses, immigrants, wages, strikes, police, and the government. The populist movement, labour unrest, and debates over money were not merely abstract issues to the unemployed. They touched daily life. A man might not be able to explain the gold standard in formal terms, but he could understand that decisions made far above him had helped close the shop where he worked. He could understand that railroad men and financiers seemed protected in ways he was not. He could understand unfairness even without a newspaper's vocabulary. The road also changed a person's relationship with time. A housed worker lives by clocks, shift start, meal break, payday, rent day, church bell, supper. A rail rider lived by departures, slowdowns, weather, hunger, patrols, and rumours. The timetable mattered if he could learn it, but freight did not obey passenger certainty. Cars were switched, delayed, rerouted, held on sidings, or moved unexpectedly. A man might board a car thinking it would take him west and wake to find he had been left outside a town he did not know. He might spend 12 hours going nowhere while crews reorganise freight. He might travel all night and arrive too late for a hiring call. He might overshoot the place he wanted because jumping earlier would have been deadly. The railroad promised direction but did not owe him clarity. There is an image worth holding for a moment. A boxcar door is opened several inches, not enough to invite attention, enough to let air in. Inside, 3 men sit against the wall. One is asleep with his chin on his chest. One is trying to remove a stone from his boot by touch because it is too dark to see. One is looking through the crack at the passing country. Farms, fences, occasional lights, a station lamp sliding by like a small moon. He sees homes for a second at a time, windows lit, a kitchen shape, a woman's figure near a stove, then gone. This is one of the quietest cruelties of rail travel for the homeless. The train passes thousands of places where other people belong. It makes belonging visible and unreachable. The man looking out may tell himself that one of those lights could be his again someday. That is not sentimentality. It is mental survival. People endure hardship partly by maintaining some picture of return. A room, a job, a regular meal, clean clothes, a letter sent home with money inside, a name spoken respectfully by an employer. Without such pictures, the road becomes only motion. With them, it can remain a search. But the longer a man rode, the more the road could become a life rather than an interruption. This worried reformers and officials. They feared that temporary unemployment would turn men into habitual wanderers, that the road would loosen family ties, work discipline, and moral restraint. Sometimes that fear had a basis. Long-term homelessness can change habits. A man who spends months surviving by rail, camp, charity, and odd work may find it difficult to return to steady routines even when work appears. He may have lost tools, references, health, and trust. He may also have found in the road a rough freedom from bosses, rent collectors, and domestic obligations. We should be honest enough to say that some men chose the road after being pushed onto it, not because it was easy, but because returning seemed impossible or undesirable. Human beings make lives out of necessity, and then sometimes defend those lives as choice. Still, for many during the panic, rail riding remained a strategy, not an identity. They wanted wages. They wanted meals bought, not begged. They wanted a bed paid for by their own hands. When they climbed into a freight car, they were often not rejecting settled life. They were pursuing it by the only means left. That is the part that gets lost when the tramp becomes a cartoon. A man on a freight train may look rootless. He may in fact be trying desperately to grow roots again. Morning after a ride brought its own test. Suppose the train slows near a town. The men drop off before the yard or are forced down by a watchman. The sky is pale. Their clothes smell of smoke and dust. One has torn his sleeve. Another's face is blackened by cinders. They need water first, then food, then information. Where is the mill? Are they hiring? Is there a mission? Are police hard on strangers? They may separate to avoid looking like a gang. One goes to a pump, another toward the depot, another follows the smell of bread. By 8 o'clock they must look like job seekers, not trespassers. The transformation is difficult. The road clings to them. At the hiring place, if there is one, local men may already be waiting. Local men resent strangers. The strangers know this, and resent the resentment because hunger has brought them here, not malice. A foreman may prefer someone known, someone with an address, someone cleaner. He may need only 2 men. He may take none. If work is found, the rail ride becomes a success story nobody records. A man works a week, earns enough for food and lodging, perhaps sends money home, perhaps moves again when the job ends. If no work is found, the town becomes another failed rumour. The man must decide whether to stay and enter its relief system, if it has one, or return to the tracks. This repeated cycle created a moving population that unsettled the settled nation. Americans liked mobility when it was tied to ambition. The pioneer, the entrepreneur, the salesman, the immigrant headed west, the young man seeking his fortune. They disliked mobility when it was detached from visible success. The homeless rail rider exposed a darker form of American movement, one driven not by opportunity but by the absence of it. He was the frontier myth turned inside out. Instead of riding toward land and prosperity, he rode toward temporary labour, police suspicion, and a place to sleep near the tracks. The sound of the train itself must have carried mixed meanings for those men. To a housed person in a town, a night freight might be background noise, a low rumble beyond the edge of sleep. To a man without work, it could be a question. Is that the one to take? Where is it bound? Can it be caught? Is the yard watched? To a woman whose husband had gone searching, it might mean distance. To a child whose father had promised to send money from the next town, it might mean hope or abandonment, depending on what came after. The railroad made absence audible. As days turned into weeks, a homeless traveller's body became a record of the route. Soot in the seams, blisters, a bruise from jumping, a cough from cold rides, a missing button, hands blackened beyond quick washing, weight lost, eyes alert in the way of people who sleep poorly. These marks were practical problems because they affected employability, but they were also emotional. The man could feel himself becoming legible as a tramp to others. He might still know the worker he had been. The town might not. The line between unemployed worker and tramp was often drawn by appearance, and appearance was one of the first things the road damaged. Now and then, kindness interrupted the pattern. A brakeman who warned men before a dangerous stop, a farmer who gave a meal without a lecture, a watchman who said, "Not this train, the next one," and turned away, a woman who packed bread in paper and added meat because she had seen too many hungry men that week, another traveller who shared coffee, a town marshal who let men sleep in an empty shed instead of jailing them. These acts did not fix the depression, but they mattered because survival is built from such interruptions. A person can endure a great deal of hardness if now and then someone refuses to make it harder. By evening, the rail camp gathers again near another town. Men arrive one by one from the hiring gate, from the mission, from failed errands, from a day spent walking. A fire is coaxed from scrap wood. Someone has potatoes. Someone has coffee. Someone has nothing and tries to look as if that is not unusual. The talk begins. A train east at midnight. Work rumoured south. Bad police 2 towns over. A factory reopening perhaps. A harvest crew short of men perhaps. Always perhaps. The word keeps the road alive. And as smoke from the little fire rises into the dark, the men around it are doing something more complicated than drifting. They are reading an economy through fragments. A clothes shop here, a hiring rumour there, a full bread line, a hostile town, a generous mission, a train schedule half understood, a newspaper headline someone heard but did not read. From these scraps they decide where to take their bodies next. The nation's leaders argued over currency, tariffs, rail finance, and public works. The men by the tracks argued over whether the westbound freight would slow enough to catch. When that freight finally comes, the camp changes. Conversation stops. Men listen. There is a skill in hearing trains, in knowing whether the sound is approaching, passing, slowing, or moving too fast to risk. The rails begin to tremble before the engine appears. The headlamp comes through the dark. Smoke and steam fold into the night air. A watchman's lantern moves near the yard. Men gather their few things quickly, because a homeless person's possessions must always be ready to become luggage. One takes a last pull of coffee, another kicks dirt over the fire, another checks his pocket for the letter he still carries from a former employer, as if paper can protect a man from what the road does to him. They move toward the cars not as heroes, not as outlaws in the romantic sense, but as tired Americans following a rumour because the last town had no place for them. Some will make it aboard, some will be driven back, some will reach the next city and find another line, another mission, another gate, another disappointment. One may find work, one may be injured. One may turn around, one may keep going long enough that the road becomes the only home he knows how to manage. But for now, in the dark beside the tracks, the decision is immediate. Stay with no work or ride with no promise. The freight begins to move, slow enough for risk, fast enough for fear. A man runs beside it. His hand catches the iron ladder. His boots scrape gravel, then lift. For a second, his whole life is held by his grip. Then he is on, pressed against cold metal, breathing hard, already leaving. The yard slips behind him. The soup line, the station house, the doorway, the failed factory gate, all of it recedes into the dark. Ahead is another town whose name he may not know. Another morning when he must climb down and ask the same question in a new place. And somewhere beyond the yards, beyond the last warehouse lamps, are the rough shelters that men like him built when the city would not house them, and the train could not carry them farther that night. Low camps along rivers and tracks, shacks made from scrap lumber and tin, hidden places where homelessness stopped moving for a while and tried to become shelter. The place where the freight train could not carry a man any farther was often not a place anyone had meant for living. That is one of the first things to understand about makeshift shelter during the Depression that followed the Panic of 1893. These were not neighbourhoods in the ordinary sense, not planned streets, not even the later Hoovervilles of the 1930s with names reporters could print and photographers could visit in the daylight. They were rougher, smaller, more temporary and often more hidden. A camp under a bridge, a scatter of shacks near a river bend. A few men sleeping beside a rail embankment with their coats pulled over their faces. A shed built from box boards behind a slaughterhouse. A row of huts near a dump where smoke from little fires hung low in the morning air. A place close enough to the city to search for work, but far enough from respectable eyes to avoid being driven away immediately. The word Hooverville belongs to a later crisis, of course. Herbert Hoover would not become president until 1929, and the shanty towns named bitterly after him grew during the Great Depression of the 1930s. But the thing itself, the American practice of the unhoused poor building shelter out of whatever the economy had discarded, was much older. Long before newspapers used Hoover's name for huts of cardboard, tin, tar paper, packing crates, and scrap lumber, unemployed Americans had already been making similar places during earlier depressions. The Panic of 1873 had sent men onto roads and rails. The Panic of 1893 did it again on a scale that frightened towns and cities. Each crisis taught people the same rough lesson. When wages vanished and rent could not be paid, shelter did not vanish from human need. It had to be found, borrowed, stolen, improvised, or built. Look at the edge of an American city in the mid-1890s, and you begin to understand why these camps appeared where they did. The city had a front and a back. The front was the main street, the courthouse, the shops, the church steps, the streetcar lines, the places where respectable movement happened. The back was where the city put what it needed but did not want to look at too closely. Rail yards, stockyards, tanneries, dumps, gasworks, slaughterhouses, coal piles, lumber yards, canal banks, river flats, marshy ground, vacant lots owned by someone who had not yet found a profitable use for them. These were the margins, and the homeless lived on margins because margins were the only places not already defended by rent, ownership, and constant complaint. A river camp might begin with 2 or 3 men who had missed a freight or been pushed out of a station house. They found a spot under a bridge where the wind was weaker. One gathered boards, another found a piece of canvas. Someone had matches. Someone else knew how to build a fire that smoked less by using dry splinters and keeping it small. At first it was only a night stop. Then another man came because he saw the smoke. Then 2 more because they heard there was a place near the water where police did not come every evening. Within a week the camp had a pattern. Not a plan exactly, but a pattern. Fires here, sleeping places there, a path down to the water, a place where cans and refuse collected, a route to the tracks, a warning about the property owner on the far side. Poverty organises itself because even desperation needs habits. The materials were what the industrial city shed from its own body. Broken packing crates, barrel staves, old signs, strips of tin, torn canvas, burlap sacks, coal tar paper if someone could get it, discarded doors, boards pried loose from abandoned structures, pieces of roofing, newspapers folded inside clothing or pasted over cracks. In a railroad town, broken boxcar boards might be prized. Near a market, fruit crates could become walls. Near docks, rope, canvas, and shipping scrap might be scavenged. Near construction sites, the waste pile became a storehouse if the watchman was not alert. A man who had been a carpenter could make something surprisingly sturdy from refuse. Another man could make only a lean-to and curse the rain all night. Skill mattered. Tools mattered. A hammer, a knife, a handful of nails, a bit of wire. These became serious possessions. The first purpose of a shack was not comfort. It was interruption. It interrupted wind. It interrupted rain. It interrupted the eyes of police sometimes. It interrupted the feeling of being completely exposed. A wall made from crate boards did not make a home in any full sense, but it changed the body's experience of night. A roof that leaked in 2 places was still better than a sky that leaked everywhere. A piece of canvas over poles could keep frost off a sleeping face. Straw under a coat could soften the ground. A fire near the opening could create a pocket of warmth. These small differences were not small to the people living inside them. The difference between wet and damp, between wind and less wind, between ground and boards, between alone and near others, could determine whether a person had enough strength to look for work the next day. There is something important about the word makeshift. It can make these shelters sound careless, as if they were thrown together by people who did not know better. Many were crude because the materials were crude and the builders were exhausted, but they were rarely thoughtless. A shack had to answer practical questions. Which direction does the wind come from? Will rain run downhill into it? Can smoke escape without drawing too much attention? Is it close enough to water? Is it too close to water when the river rises? Can a person leave quickly if police come? Can food be hidden from animals and men? Is there a way to keep boots dry? Will the ground freeze? Does the roof sag? If there are women or children, can some privacy be made? These were not architectural questions in the formal sense, but they were shelter questions, and the people who answered them were practicing a rough survival architecture. Many of the men in these places still thought of themselves as working men between jobs, not permanent inhabitants of a camp. That distinction mattered to them, even if the city did not care. A man might say he was staying near the tracks only until work opened at the yards. Another might say he was leaving tomorrow for harvest labour. Another might have been saying tomorrow for 3 weeks. The camp allowed him to remain near possible work without paying rent. It also made him look less like someone employers wanted to hire. This was one of the traps. To keep searching, he needed somewhere to sleep. The place he found to sleep marked him as a tramp. Once marked as a tramp, he was less likely to be hired. The camp preserved the body while damaging the reputation attached to it. The river was both useful and dangerous. Water was necessary for washing, drinking if one dared, cooking and cleaning pots. But city rivers in the 1890s were often filthy, carrying sewage, industrial waste, animal remains, and runoff from the very factories and yards that had drawn workers there in the first place. Men boiled water when they could, but fuel and patience were not always available. Illness moved easily through camps where water was bad, food was irregular, and bodies were already weakened. Diarrhea, fever, coughs, infected cuts, lice, skin diseases and respiratory illness could turn a temporary hardship into a disabling one. A camp did not need a single catastrophe to become deadly. Ordinary neglect repeated daily was enough. The dump was another grim provider. It gave materials, fuel, food scraps, rags, bottles, metal bits, and things that could be sold for a few cents. It also gave filth, vermin, disease, smoke, and the constant reminder that the city's waste could be more accessible than its charity. Some homeless people scavenged deliberately. Bones, rags, coal dropped from carts, bits of iron, bottles and paper could sometimes be collected and sold. A man might pick through refuse in the morning, search for work in the afternoon, and sleep under boards at night. A child might do the same more quickly, with sharper eyes and smaller hands. Respectable society often looked at scavengers with disgust, but the dump was part of the informal economy of survival. It was a place where the city threw away things that had not entirely lost value to people with nothing. At the edge of rail yards, the camps had a different rhythm. Trains determined time. Men listened for freight movements the way other people listened for factory whistles. Some camps were mostly waiting rooms without walls, used by men who expected to move on. Others became semi-permanent because motion had failed too often. A traveller might spend a night, learn a rumour, and leave. Another might return after being thrown off a train. A third might stay because he had found occasional work unloading cars. The camp population changed constantly, which made trust difficult. A man might know the faces around the fire tonight, and none of them next week. Stability requires repetition. The rail camp had repetition of hardship, but not always repetition of people. Still, rules emerged. They were informal, often broken, but real. Do not steal another man's blanket if you expect to remain. Do not bring police to the camp unless you are ready to leave it. Do not waste firewood. Do not eat everything if food has been pooled. Do not sleep too close to a man whose temper you do not know. Do not brag about money. Do not leave food where rats can get it. Do not trust every newcomer, but do not refuse all newcomers because tomorrow you may be the man arriving cold. Camps could be cruel, but they could also be practical communities. Men shared matches, information, tobacco, scraps, and warnings. They nursed a sick companion sometimes, ignored him other times, depending on character, fear, and scarcity. Poverty did not make people saints. It made them dependent on one another in circumstances where dependence was risky. Fire was the heart of many camps, but it was never simply pleasant. Fire meant warmth, cooking, dry socks, coffee, light, and company. Fire also meant smoke that could reveal the camp, sparks that could burn a shack, and fuel that had to be found. Scrapwood near industrial districts disappeared quickly. Men broke pallets, gathered driftwood, stole fence rails, picked through construction waste, collected coal fallen along tracks, or used whatever would burn even if it smoked badly. Coal scraps were valuable in rail and industrial towns. A boy or man could spend hours gathering small pieces dropped from carts or cars. Those pieces might heat a can of soup warm a shelter, or be sold. Again, survival came in fragments. Cooking in such places was simple because equipment was scarce. Tin cans became pots. A bent sheet of metal became a griddle. Coffee could be boiled in anything that held water long enough. Bread was toasted on sticks or held near coals. Potatoes were buried in ash. Meat, when there was meat, was fried in cans, roasted, or added to a communal stew. Beans were ideal if they could be obtained, but they required time and fuel. Stale bread softened in soup, bruised vegetables from markets became treasure. Food tasted of smoke, metal, dirt, and hunger. Hunger improved almost everything. It also made sharing complicated. A man with food attracted friendship, envy, and requests. A man without food had to decide whether to ask, pretend, or leave the fire before others noticed. Weather determined the seriousness of shelter more than any other force. In summer, camps could almost seem tolerable for short periods. Men slept outdoors, washed in rivers, dried clothes on bushes, and moved more easily. Mosquitoes, heat, storms, and police still mattered, but the body could survive exposure more readily. Autumn changed the stakes. Cold mornings warned people that a canvas lean-to would not be enough. Men reinforced walls, dug shallow windbreaks, piled leaves or straw, patched roofs, and searched more urgently for indoor lodging. Winter turned every mistake into danger. A wet blanket could become useless. A poorly built shack could fill with smoke if closed too tightly. Sleeping too far from the fire could mean numb feet by dawn. Sleeping too close could mean burns. The camp that felt like a rough freedom in June became a test of endurance in January. Rain deserves its own mention because it defeated so many arrangements. Rain found cracks. It ran under walls. It turned dirt floors to mud. It soaked straw, ruined newspaper insulation, and made firewood stubborn. A man might spend half a day improving a roof, only to discover at midnight that water still entered along the back seam and dripped steadily onto his shoulder. In a proper house, a leak is a repair problem. In a shack, it can erase sleep. Wet clothing meant cold. Wet bedding meant no real rest for days unless sun returned. The smell of a camp after several wet days must have been heavy. Smoke, mud, damp wool, unwashed bodies, rotting scraps, river water, and the sourness that comes when nothing dries. Police tolerated these camps unevenly. Some were ignored while small and hidden. Others were raided, especially if nearby property owners complained, if newspapers made them visible, if crimes were associated with them, or if city officials wanted to show action. A raid could be sudden. Men asleep, a shout, lanterns, clubs, orders to get up, fires kicked apart, shacks torn down, possessions scattered or confiscated. The official reason might be sanitation, trespass, vagrancy, public safety, or crime prevention. Sometimes those concerns had real basis. Camps could be unsanitary. Stolen goods could be hidden there. Violence could occur. But raids also destroyed the fragile shelter of people who had nowhere else to go, forcing them into another district where the same cycle would begin again. The city solved the visibility of homelessness more readily than homelessness itself. There is a particular cruelty in destroying a poor person's shelter, because the shelter may look worthless to the person destroying it. A few boards, some rags, a rusted can, a torn blanket, a roof that barely holds. To an official, it may be rubbish. To the person living there, it is the result of labour, memory, and small victories. That board was carried from 3 blocks away. Those nails were straightened by hand. That blanket was saved from rain by careful folding. That can was the only cooking pot. That corner is where the wind does not hit. When such a place is broken, the loss is not measured by market value. It is measured by the work required to become slightly less exposed again. Families in makeshift settlements lived with an added layer of difficulty. Many homeless families avoided open camps if possible, because camps associated with wandering men were considered unsafe and morally suspect. But some families did end up in shanties, especially near industrial districts, dumps or city edges, where cheap or free land could be occupied temporarily. A family shelter required more than a place to sleep. Children needed warmth, food, some form of washing, and protection from strangers. A mother needed privacy for dressing, nursing, or simply existing without being watched. A father, if present, might feel the shame of having built a shack for his children instead of renting rooms. Yet that shack could also be an act of care. Better a roof of scrap than no roof. Better a stovepipe improvised badly than children sleeping in the open. Poverty can make love look like failure to outsiders. Women's presence in these environments was often hidden or treated by observers with suspicion. Reformers and reporters were more comfortable describing male tramps than homeless women in camps, because women without proper shelter disturbed Victorian ideas about morality, family and dependence. Some women travelled with husbands. Some were widows. Some were abandoned or escaping violence. Some worked when they could as laundresses, domestic servants, cooks or sex workers. Some moved between charity homes and informal shelters. In a camp, a woman might be protected by kin or endangered by the very people near her. The historical record often blurs these lives because it either moralises them or looks away. But the Depression did not make only male bodies cold. Children, when present, adapted quickly and paid for that adaptation. They learned where boards could be found, where food scraps appeared, which adults were safe, when to be silent, how to warm hands over coals without getting too close, how to sleep through noise, how to run if police came. A child in a camp might treat it as an adventure for an hour, then as ordinary life, because children normalise what adults are forced to repeat. That does not mean it did not harm them. Irregular food, exposure, illness, fear, missed schooling, and the stigma of visible poverty could mark a child long after the camp was gone. But children also brought life into these places. They played with scraps. They named dogs. They made toys from trash. They laughed at things adults were too tired to notice. Even in a shanty settlement, childhood did not stop. It simply happened under worse conditions. Religion and charity sometimes reached the camps, but not always in ways the residents welcomed. Mission workers might visit, offering food, tracts, prayer, or invitations to lodging houses and services. Some were received gratefully. Others were avoided because their arrival could mean scrutiny, pressure, or eventual police attention. Charity at a distance can seem simple. Charity entering a camp becomes complicated because it crosses into the little territory people have carved out for themselves. A man who will stand in a bread line may resent being lectured beside his own fire. A woman who accepts food may fear that her children will be judged neglected. Relief workers might see disorder where residents saw adaptation. Residents might see interference where workers saw rescue. The camps also had an economy of repair. Shoes were patched with whatever could be found, soles tied with wire or string, coats mended with rough stitches, blankets dried, shaken, traded, guarded, tools borrowed and not always returned. A man with carpentry skill might help strengthen a wall in exchange for food. Another who could read might read newspaper notices aloud, though literacy was not rare among workers. Still, a paper shared around a fire became a source of employment rumours, political anger, and sometimes entertainment. Someone might know how to treat a cough with a home remedy. Someone else might have a salve. A camp preserved fragments of the larger society: trade, barter, gossip, hierarchy, kindness, exploitation, politics, and story. Political talk could grow sharp around campfires. Men who had lost work during the panic did not necessarily understand finance in the language of bankers, but many understood that the system had failed them while still demanding obedience from them. Railroads, banks, trusts, landlords, politicians, and employers became subjects of long argument. Some blamed the gold standard. Some blamed silver men. Some blamed immigrants, which was a common and destructive answer when people competed for scarce work. Some blamed drink. Some blamed themselves. Some joined labour causes or listened with interest to populist ideas. Others wanted nothing to do with politics because politics had not filled a bowl. Camps could become places where anger found words, but words did not always become action. Exhaustion is one of the great enemies of political organising. Not every camp was miserable in the same way. Some had routines that made them almost stable for a while. Men rose early, washed, went to search for work, returned with food if lucky, added to the fire, shared news, slept. A few shacks were kept surprisingly neat. Paths were swept. Cooking areas were arranged. Possessions were stored carefully. Visitors sometimes remarked with surprise on order among the very poor, as if poverty should automatically produce chaos. But order is one of the ways people resist being reduced by circumstance. A man who straightens the boards outside his shack may not be pretending the shack is a house. He may simply be insisting that his life still has form. Other camps were dangerous and chaotic. Drinking could be heavy when alcohol was available. Fights broke out. Theft occurred. Sick men were neglected. Predatory people found the vulnerable. Police raids followed complaints. Fires spread. A camp might be divided between those trying to work and those who had stopped trying, between younger and older men, between ethnic groups, between locals and strangers. We should not romanticize these places as pure communities of the oppressed. They were human places under pressure, and pressure reveals every kind of human behaviour. The remarkable thing is not that disorder existed. The remarkable thing is how often people created some measure of order anyway. For those who had recently lost homes, the first night in a shack or camp could feel almost unreal. The mind compares constantly. Here is where the bed should be. Here is where the stove should be. Here is where a door should close. Instead, there is a board wall with gaps, someone coughing nearby, smoke drifting low, rats moving in the dark, the ground uneven under the blanket. A man might tell himself it is temporary. A mother might tell her children it is only for a little while. Sometimes that was true. A week later, work appeared, or relatives took them in, or a charity found rooms. Sometimes temporary became a season. The danger of makeshift shelter is that it can sustain life just enough to let a crisis continue without forcing anyone powerful to solve it. The city's respectable residents often preferred not to know too much about these places. A shanty near a dump could be ignored until smoke was seen from a streetcar. A river camp could exist until boys exploring found it and told parents. A settlement near rail yards could be tolerated because the land was already considered rough. But when visibility increased, public language hardened. The camp became a nuisance, a menace, a nest of tramps, a threat to health, a danger to property. Some of these descriptions reflected real concerns. But they also allowed housed people to transform sympathy into distance. It is easier to evict a menace than to displace a group of unemployed men trying not to freeze. The makeshift shelters of the 1890s also reveal how much of homelessness was hidden labour. Building a shack took work, finding materials took work, maintaining a camp took work, searching for food and water took work, avoiding police took work, keeping clothes dry took work, moving when forced out took work. The unemployed were often accused of idleness at the exact moment they were spending enormous effort surviving the consequences of unemployment. The difference was that their labour did not produce wages, profit or respectability. It produced one more night. Consider the simple act of keeping dry shoes. For a house person, wet shoes are placed near a stove or radiator. For a camp resident, wet shoes might be held near a fire at risk of scorching, stuffed with paper if paper is available, worn wet because there is no spare pair, or removed and guarded closely because shoes could be stolen. Without shoes, a person could not search for work effectively. Without work, there would be no shoes. So the shoes became almost as important as shelter itself. Men slept with them under their heads or tied to their bodies. A thief who stole shoes stole mobility, employment and dignity at once. The same was true of papers. A letter of recommendation, a union card, a discharge paper, a note from a former employer, a scrap with an address. These were fragile links to a more legitimate self. In a camp, rain could ruin them, theft could take them, fire could burn them. A man might carry a letter wrapped in cloth inside his shirt, protecting it more carefully than food because food solved one day and the letter might solve a future. Whether it actually would was another matter, but hope often attaches itself to objects that can be folded and carried. At night, after the fires burned lower, the camp changed. Talk thinned. Men settled into shacks, under lean-tos, beside embankments, or near coals. The city beyond continued in pieces. A train whistle, a dog, wheels over a bridge, distant laughter from saloons, the occasional bell. For the housed, those sounds were background. For the camp, they were signals. A train might mean departure, wheels might mean police or a wagon, a dog might mean someone approaching. Sleep remained light because safety remained unfinished. Even behind a scrap wall, a person did not fully surrender. Still, there may have been moments of relief. We should allow that. A dry night after a wet week, a fire that caught quickly, coffee shared at dawn, a roof patch that held, a joke that made men laugh harder than it deserved because laughter had been scarce. A morning when work was rumoured nearby, a child sleeping warmly for once, a pair of socks dried without burning, a policeman who passed and did not stop. These moments did not make the camp good, but they made it livable, and people will make meaning in almost any place where they are forced to live. By the middle years of the Depression, such makeshift solutions had become part of the landscape of unemployment. Not always visible to the people who wrote official reports, not always counted, not always named, but present along the edges of cities and rail lines. They were evidence that the market had failed to house people, and that charity had not caught them all. They were also evidence of human stubbornness. Give people boards, sacks, mud, wire, cans, and a little fire, and they will try to make a place. Not because they believe scraps are enough, but because the body insists on shelter before the mind can debate justice. Morning in a river camp began before the sun had fully lifted. Men stirred because cold woke them, or because work, if there was any, would be assigned early. Fires were rebuilt from coals if coals had survived. Someone went for water. Someone shook out a blanket. Someone cursed a missing possession. Someone studied the sky for rain. Those going to look for work tried to make themselves presentable, brush dirt from the coat, scrape mud from boots, wash face and hands, even if the water was foul, smooth hair, hide the fact of the camp as much as possible. To leave a shack and approach an employer required a small act of transformation. You had to step out of visible homelessness and re-enter the fiction that you were simply a worker temporarily available. Some men did that every morning for weeks. They left the camp before daylight, stood at gates, offered labour, failed, returned, repaired shelters, gathered fuel, and tried again. This repetition is easy to miss because it lacks drama. No march, no riot, no famous speech. Just men moving between the camp and the hiring place, between improvised shelter and rejected labour, between the proof that they could survive and the hope that they would not have to survive this way much longer. In that daily walk, the meaning of the panic of 1893 became fully physical. It was not only a collapse of banks, railroads, credit and confidence. It was a man brushing river mud from his trousers before asking for work that no one had to give him. And this is where the next question begins to press in. Because shelter, however rough, was only one part of survival. The camp could keep a man near the city. The fire could get him through the night. The shanty could hold off rain. But every morning he still had to enter the labour market that had already refused him. He had to stand with other men outside factory gates, read notices, visit employment offices, follow rumours, compete with locals, accept lower wages, distrust labour agents, and decide how much humiliation he could bear for the chance of a day's pay. The shacks along the rivers and tracks were the places where people returned after the job hunt failed, but the hunt itself began again with the first light, and for many Americans in those years, it became a kind of work more exhausting than work. The walk from the river camp to the hiring gate was usually not long enough for hope to cool completely. That was one of the small cruelties of unemployment after the panic of 1893. A man could wake under a patched roof of boards and tar paper, brush mud from his trousers, wash his face in water that smelled faintly of the river, and still believe, for the length of the walk at least, that this morning might be different. The body is stubborn that way. It can sleep badly, eat too little, ache from cold, and still produce a little hope at sunrise. A factory whistle in the distance, a rumour heard beside a campfire, a notice in yesterday's newspaper, a man saying they might be taking hands at the warehouse. All of it could pull him upright before dawn. He did not need certainty. Certainty had become too expensive. He needed only enough possibility to keep moving. A job hunt in the 1890s was not a polite exchange of applications and scheduled interviews. For ordinary labourers, it was often physical presence. You went where the work might be and stood there. You stood at factory gates, railroad yards, docks, construction sites, mines, stockyards, warehouses, public works projects, lumber yards, and employment offices. You stood with other men whose faces carried the same calculation. How many will they need? How many are already known to the foreman? How many are younger? How many look stronger? How many will work for less? How many of us can be turned away before someone loses temper? The job hunt was not separate from the body. It was done with feet, shoulders, stomach, voice, hat, boots, and the ability to wait without appearing defeated. There is a mistake modern people sometimes make when imagining the unemployed of that period. They picture idleness, a man sitting, a man loitering, a man wandering with no purpose. But looking for work could itself become a full day's labour, except without wages and without the dignity of being tired for something. A man might leave camp before sunrise, walk 2 miles to a railroad yard, wait an hour, be told no men were needed, walk to a foundry, hear that the works had reduced shifts, go to a warehouse near the river, find 20 men ahead of him, try a labour agent's office, learn that there was a fee he could not safely pay, then spend the afternoon following a rumour across town only to discover it had already been answered by men who arrived earlier. By evening he had worked at searching. He had spent strength, shoe leather, time, and whatever remained of his appearance. He had earned nothing, and tomorrow, if hunger did not stop him, he would do it again. The panic of 1893 had turned the ordinary search for wages into a crowd scene. Economic historians describe the depression that followed as one of the worst in American history, with unemployment exceeding 10% for roughly half a decade in major estimates, and some contemporary or later estimates placing the peak much higher in certain areas and industries. That means the man at the gate was not competing against a normal morning's handful of job seekers. He was often competing against the visible surplus of an economy that had produced more willing workers than available work. Think for a moment about what a factory gate meant in that setting. A gate is a simple object. Hinges, bars, maybe a watchman, maybe a sign. But in a depression it became a border. Inside the gate were wages, machinery, heat, routine, and the possibility of being counted among the useful. Outside the gate were waiting, suspicion, and the slow damage that came from being unnecessary. Men gathered before the gate opened because being late meant being invisible. Some had eaten, some had not. Some had slept indoors. Some had slept under boards near the river. Some were local men known by name. Some had come by freight and tried to scrub the road from their hands. Everyone understood that the foreman would choose quickly. A nod, a name, a gesture. The gate would open for a few and close on the rest. Foremen had their own pressures. That should be said plainly. They were not all villains in this story. A foreman might have orders to cut costs, reduce the crew, take only experienced hands, avoid union men, prefer locals, avoid men who looked sick, or reject anyone who seemed likely to cause trouble. He might know that 50 men needed work and only 5 could be used. He might be impatient because every morning brought the same desperate faces. He might become hard because hardness made the task easier. When you must disappoint men daily, one way to protect yourself is to stop seeing the full size of what disappointment means. But the men outside did not experience his situation. They experienced his decision. For them, he was the door. There was often no written rejection. That is one of the quiet humiliations. No paper, no explanation, no record. The man simply was not chosen. He might wait anyway, hoping a second call would come. He might linger near the gate until told to move. He might ask, "Any chance tomorrow?" and receive the answer that had become almost meaningless from overuse. "Maybe. Come back, we will see." There is no word more useful to a man who does not want to say no than tomorrow. It dismisses without admitting dismissal. It gives the rejected person just enough reason to waste another morning. False hope was not always deliberate. Sometimes a foreman truly did not know whether orders would arrive. A warehouse might need men if a shipment came in. A railroad yard might need extras if freight increased. A contractor might restart if financing was secured. The problem was that every uncertain possibility became a rumour, and every rumour gathered bodies. If a factory might hire 10 men, 100 could appear. If a city project had 300 places, more than 1,000 might apply. In Seattle, as early as January 1894, more than 1,200 idle workers reportedly applied for 350 jobs improving the city's waterworks. A local example of how relief work or public employment could become overwhelmed almost as soon as it appeared. Imagine being one of those men. You hear that public work is available. Not charity exactly. Work. That distinction matters. Work meant you could say you had earned the meal and the bed. Work meant not standing in a soup line if wages came soon enough. Work meant a day with shape. So you go. Maybe you arrive early, thinking that will help. Then the crowd grows. You count faces and begin to understand the odds. Some men are better dressed. Some carry tools. Some know officials. Some are younger. Some look desperate enough to accept anything. The job that sounded like rescue becomes a lottery. And if you are not chosen, the rejection feels sharper because the city itself has looked at you and selected someone else for survival. Public works relief had a special emotional weight because it pointed toward a different idea of responsibility. If private employers could not hire, perhaps the city or government should. That idea became famous through Coxey's army in 1894, when Jacob Coxey led unemployed men toward Washington, demanding federal public works jobs, especially road building, as a response to mass unemployment. Many officials and newspapers mocked or feared them, but the demand itself was direct. Men wanted work, not merely arms. For the homeless worker at street level, Coxey's proposal might have seemed both grand and obvious. Roads needed building, streets needed cleaning, rivers needed improving, public buildings needed repair, men needed wages. Why should those facts not be joined? But in the political culture of the 1890s, federal responsibility for mass unemployment was still a radical, or at least deeply contested idea. Many Americans believed relief should remain local, private, temporary, moral, and cautious. A national job program sounded to critics like dangerous extravagance, dependency, or class politics. The unemployed man might not have cared what theory surrounded it. He knew the difference between a sermon and a shovel with wages attached. Between private employment and public relief stood the labour exchange, a phrase that sounds more orderly than the experience often was. In the 1890s, the search for work could involve private employment agencies, labour bureaus, newspaper advertisements, charitable referrals, union networks, ethnic and neighbourhood contacts, saloons, boarding house gossip, and direct hiring at workplaces. Public employment offices in the United States were only beginning to develop around the turn of the 20th century, and one reason state and local governments later created them was to reduce search costs and protect workers from fraudulent private employment agencies. A private employment office could be a place of possibility or a trap. The sign might promise positions for labourers, domestics, farm hands, miners, railroad men, cooks, teamsters, or clerks. Inside there might be a desk, a clerk, notices, and a list of jobs that were real, outdated, exaggerated, or invented. The office might charge a fee before sending a worker to an employer. If the job existed and lasted, the fee could be worth it. If the job did not exist, if the position was already filled, if the employer rejected the applicant, or if the work ended after a day, the fee was gone. For an unemployed man with only a few coins, that fee could mean the difference between lodging and the street. For a woman seeking domestic service, an agency might lead to a decent household or to exploitation, isolation, and wages withheld. The agency knew more than the applicant, and that imbalance made abuse easy. A man entering such an office had to decide whether to trust it. That decision was not theoretical. Suppose the fee is 50 cents, or $1, or even less but still significant. He has perhaps enough for 2 nights in a cheap lodging house, or food for several days if stretched carefully. The agent says there is work 30 miles away. Rail fare may be required. The wages sound acceptable. The position sounds immediate. But the man has heard stories, men sent to places where no jobs waited. Men charged again at the other end. Men promised steady work and given one day. Men arriving to find the employer never requested workers. He asks questions. The agent becomes irritated. Other men are waiting. The pressure builds. To refuse may mean missing a real chance. To accept may mean losing the last coins that keep him from sleeping outside. False hope often came dressed as an opportunity that required payment in advance. For immigrants, labour agents could be especially powerful. Language barriers, unfamiliarity with local employers, and need for quick wages made newcomers vulnerable. Some ethnic networks protected workers by spreading information through churches, mutual aid societies, unions, saloons, or boarding houses. Other systems exploited them. In some industries, labour contractors recruited groups of workers, moved them to remote sites, controlled housing or supplies, and left them with little bargaining power once they arrived. The unemployed did not simply search for work in a neutral market. They moved through channels shaped by language, race, citizenship, skill, gender, and who had the power to sell information. Women's job hunting had its own geography. Factory gates existed for women too, especially in textile, garment, food processing, tobacco and other industries. But many women searched through domestic service, laundries, sewing work, boarding house networks, charity referrals, and word of mouth. A woman seeking work had to protect not only wages but reputation and safety. Domestic service could provide room and board, which made it one of the few jobs that solved shelter and employment together. But it also placed a woman inside an employer's household, under close supervision and sometimes at risk of abuse. Laundry work was hard, wet, poorly paid, and physically punishing. Sewing could be taken home, but piece rates could be so low that a woman might work into the night and still not cover rent. For homeless or near-homeless women, the job hunt was often hidden from the public image of unemployed men at the gate, but it was no less desperate. Clerks and skilled workers faced a different humiliation. A day labourer expected to stand outdoors and ask for work. A clerk who had been used to an indoor position might have to search while trying to preserve the appearance of neatness that clerical work required. A frayed cuff, worn shoes or unshaven face could matter. He might read advertisements in newspapers, write letters, call at offices, and discover that dozens of men with equally good handwriting and equally careful manners had arrived before him. The middle layers of the labour market became crowded with people trying not to fall into manual day labour, while day labour itself was crowded with people trying not to fall into the street. Respectability became congested. Everyone was standing on someone else's last rung. Newspaper advertisements were both hope and torment. A man could spend precious coins on a paper or read one in a mission, saloon, library, or office if allowed. The classified columns turned into a map of possible rescue. Wanted, men for grading. Wanted, machinist. Wanted, sober teamster. Wanted, boy. Wanted, woman for general housework. Wanted, experienced ditchers. Each notice could set people moving. But advertisements had delays. By the time a man read the paper, walked across town and reached the address the position might be filled, some notices were vague, some were bait. Some required tools, references, age, race, language, or experience not mentioned until arrival. The want ad created the feeling that work existed somewhere, if only the seeker were fast enough, qualified enough, lucky enough. That feeling could keep a person alive. It could also make every failure feel like a personal miss rather than part of a mass shortage. The morning crowd outside an advertised position could be devastating. A man arrives thinking the notice is his private chance, then sees a line already forming. He realises that hundreds of eyes read the same few words. The employer appears, annoyed that the advertisement has produced too many applicants. The hiring is done quickly. Sometimes the employer uses the crowd to lower wages. If 10 men will work for $1, perhaps one will work for 80 cents. Desperation presses wages downward, and those still employed fear that the unemployed will be used against them. This is how a depression divides workers. The man with a job fears the man without one. The man without one resents being told he's a threat when all he wants is bread. Employers do not need to invent competition. Hunger supplies it. Unions could help, but they too were strained. Organised labour in the 1890s faced hostile employers, injunctions, strike-breaking, internal divisions, and the simple fact that unemployment weakens bargaining power. A union card could be valuable in some trades, but it could also mark a man as undesirable to anti-union employers. During a depression, the question of whether to hold out for standard wages or accept less became painfully real. If a man accepted lower pay, he might undermine others. If he refused, his children might not eat. Principles are easiest to maintain when the cupboard is not empty. The unemployed often stood at the point where solidarity and survival collided. The Pullman strike of 1894, which grew from wage cuts and grievances at the Pullman Company and spread through the American Railway Union, showed how labour conflict could erupt in the middle of the Depression. While that strike is its own large story, its context matters here. Wage cuts, unemployment, railroad power, and the vulnerability of workers in company-dominated systems. The panic had made the bargaining position of labour weaker, but it had not erased anger. Men who searched for work unsuccessfully did not necessarily become quiet. Sometimes they became organisers, marchers, strikers, or listeners to radical arguments. Sometimes they became too tired for any of that. Both responses were human. For many homeless men, odd jobs filled the gaps. Carrying coal, unloading a wagon, sweeping a shop, splitting wood, shoveling snow, digging, holding horses, moving furniture, cleaning yards, anything that produced coins or food. Odd work had the advantage of immediacy. It did not require a long hiring process. It had the disadvantage of ending almost as soon as it began. A man might earn enough for supper and a bed, then wake unemployed again. Odd jobs kept people from starving while making stable recovery difficult. They created the illusion of motion without the security of employment. A man could be constantly working at little tasks and still remain homeless. There was also the work test inside charity. Chop wood for breakfast. Break stone for relief. Sweep floors before lodging. Clean a yard in exchange for soup. These tasks were meant to separate the willing from the unwilling, but in a time of mass unemployment they could blur the line between help and punishment. A hungry man who had worked all his life might be required to prove his willingness to labour by performing a task that existed only because charity did not trust him. Some accepted this quietly because food mattered more than insult. Others resented it deeply. A few refused and were recorded as idle. The record rarely captured the full moral injury of being asked to prove a virtue that poverty had already failed to reward. A skilled worker faced another question. How far downward should he go? A machinist might seek machinist work first, then general factory work, then day labour, then relief work, then any task. Each step downward could feel practical and humiliating at once. Take whatever you can, people might say. Sensible advice. But once a man left his trade, even temporarily, returning could be harder. Tools might be sold, skills might be doubted. Employers might ask why he had been out so long. In a tight labour market, the worker could insist on his trade identity. In a depression, hunger negotiated it for him. Age mattered cruelly. Younger men could be chosen for strength. Older men might have experience, but if the work was heavy and the employer had options, experience lost value. A man of 50 in 1893 could be old in the labour market in a way that is hard to absorb now. Years of manual labour wore bodies down. Bad teeth, stiff joints, injuries, coughs, and weak eyesight all became hiring disadvantages. The older unemployed man might still be fully willing, but willingness did not straighten a back or restore speed. He could stand at the gate and watch younger men taken. The rejection told him not only that work was scarce, but that his body had become less marketable. That is a hard message to receive in public. Young men had different problems. A boy or young adult might be strong but inexperienced. He might be more willing to travel, more willing to take risks, more likely to ride freight, more likely to be seen as disorderly. Employers could use youth cheaply. Cities could treat young wanderers harshly. A young man without family nearby could disappear into the road quickly, learning its habits before he learned stable work. Some reformers worried about precisely this, that unemployment would train a generation in vagrancy. But the concern often focused more on the threat to social order than on the failure to provide decent work. Race could determine whether the job hunt ever truly began. Black workers in northern and western cities often faced exclusion from skilled trades, discrimination at hiring sites, and confinement to the dirtiest or least secure jobs. In the South, racial hierarchies shaped labour through sharecropping, debt, domestic service, convict leasing, agricultural work, and violent limits on mobility and bargaining. A national depression made an unequal labour market more unequal. When white workers were desperate, black workers could be pushed further down, scapegoated, or denied even the small chances available to others. A black homeless worker seeking work after 1893 navigated not only scarcity, but a society prepared to read his need through racist suspicion. The job hunt also required an address, or at least the appearance of one. Employers liked to know where a worker could be found. A man sleeping in a camp had no respectable address. A lodging house address might be acceptable if the lodging house was not too notorious. A mission address could carry stigma. No address at all suggested instability. This created another trap. Without work, no room. Without a room, no address. Without an address, less chance of work. Some men used old addresses, friends' addresses, boarding houses where they had once stayed, or simply lied. Lying was not always evidence of bad character. Sometimes it was the only way to pass through a system that punished the literal truth. Cleanliness functioned almost the same way. Employers wanted clean workers, or at least workers who looked orderly. Homelessness made cleanliness difficult. A man who slept near the river might wash his face and hands, but his clothes held smoke and damp. A cheap lodging house might offer little chance to bathe. Public baths existed in some cities, but were not always accessible, free, or convenient. A shave cost money if he could not do it himself. Laundry cost money or time and equipment. The job hunt demanded a respectable appearance, while unemployment removed the means of maintaining it. A dirty man was less likely to be hired, and unemployment made him dirtier. Sometimes the false hope came from the employer directly. A foreman might tell men to return next week because orders might pick up. A contractor might take names for a crew that was never formed. A factory might accept applications with no immediate plan to hire. A railroad might suggest extra men would be needed after freight increased. These statements were not always lies, but to the unemployed they became hooks in the mind. Next week, after the shipment, when the weather breaks, when the contract comes through, the man plans around them. He stays near the city instead of leaving. He spends his last coins to remain available. He endures the camp a few more nights. Then the day comes and nothing opens. False hope is expensive because it tells a person where to spend endurance. Other false hope came from distant opportunity. Harvest work in another state, mining jobs in the mountains, railroad construction in the west, dock work in a port city. Men followed these reports by freight, on foot, or with borrowed money. When they arrived, they found the work gone, wages lower than promised, conditions worse, or more applicants than jobs. Labour agents sometimes exaggerated demand because they profited from moving workers. Employers sometimes encouraged surplus labour because it lowered wages. Rumour did the rest. The unemployed became a moving cloud of expectation, and towns along the route grew hostile to the very mobility the search required. The emotional rhythm of this endless job hunt was different from simple despair. It alternated. Morning hope, midday irritation, afternoon fatigue, evening calculation, night shame, then morning hope again, thinner but present. A person can live a long time inside that cycle. The danger is not immediate collapse but erosion. Each rejection removes a little confidence. Each failed rumour makes the next rumour harder to believe but still necessary. Each night in a camp makes the applicant look rougher. Each bowl of charity soup helps the body and wounds pride. Each conversation with other unemployed men confirms that the problem is widespread, which can comfort and frighten at the same time. For married men, the job hunt had witnesses. A single man could fail privately if he kept moving. A husband and father returned people who needed the result. This did not always mean reproach. Many wives understood the market perfectly well. They had their own work, their own worries, their own calculations. But the unemployed man could feel judged even when no one judged him. A child asking, "Did you get work?" might be innocent and devastating. A wife saying, "Maybe tomorrow," might be kind and unbearable. Some men left to search elsewhere partly because they believed another city offered work, and partly because failing on the road felt less humiliating than failing every evening in the same room. For women supporting families, the job hunt could continue after paid labour ended. A woman might spend the day seeking washing, sewing, domestic work or factory employment, then return to cook, mend, care for children, negotiate with landlords, and stretch food. Her unemployment might not even be recognised as unemployment if observers assumed women's proper place was the home. But if her wages had been keeping the household together, their loss was as real as any man's. A widow or abandoned wife seeking work during the Depression had to prove need while also proving respectability. Too much independence could be judged harshly. Too much dependence could be judged harshly. She walked a narrow path while carrying the household on her back. The city itself became a kind of machine for producing disappointment. Signs, gates, offices, counters, desks, windows, waiting rooms, each offered a possible opening. Most closed. The unemployed learned the geography of refusal. This warehouse never hires strangers. That mill says, "Come back Friday." The employment office on the corner charges too much. The charity bureau gives wood chopping tickets. The railroad yard hires only men known to the boss. The docks take strong young men if ships are in. The city project is full. The foreman at the paving crew wants a bribe or a recommendation, or someone sent by an alderman. Political influence could matter, especially for municipal work. A man without connections competed not only with hunger, but with patronage. Patronage is one of those words that sounds formal until you imagine the man outside the office. Municipal jobs, relief work, street cleaning, repairs, and other public tasks could be distributed through political networks. If you had the right ward connection, the right party loyalty, the right person to speak for you, your chances might improve. If you were a stranger, immigrant from the wrong group, black worker in a racist city, or simply disconnected, you stood farther back in an invisible line. The job hunt was never purely about willingness, it was about access. Some unemployed men tried to create work by selling small goods or services. Pencils, matches, shoelaces, newspapers, carrying bags, shining shoes, sharpening knives, repairing pots, playing music, performing small entertainments, gathering scrap. The boundary between self-employment, begging, and street survival could be blurry. A man selling matches might be praised as industrious or dismissed as a beggar in disguise. A boy shining shoes might be seen as plucky until he became too ragged, then as a nuisance. Street economies allowed people to avoid direct charity, but they rarely produced stable income. They were ways of converting presents into pennies. There were mornings when the job hunt ended quickly because weather stopped it. Heavy rain could reduce hiring and make movement miserable. Snow could create temporary work clearing streets, but only for some. Extreme cold made outdoor waiting dangerous and reduced the number of men able to present themselves well. Bad weather also exposed the hierarchy of need. A housed, unemployed man could wait out a storm and search tomorrow. A homeless, unemployed man had to solve weather and work at the same time. If he stayed under shelter to remain dry, he might miss hiring. If he went to the gate, he might arrive soaked and be rejected partly for looking soaked. The environment itself became another employer saying no. There were also days of sudden success. We should include them because otherwise the story becomes too smooth in its misery. A man did get hired sometimes. A foreman needed extra hands. A shipment arrived. A contractor restarted. A farmer needed labour. A city crew added names. The man worked. Perhaps only one day, but one day mattered. He could buy food, perhaps a bed, perhaps tobacco, perhaps send a little home, perhaps repair a shoe. Work restored posture almost immediately. The body moved differently after wages were promised. The voice strengthened. The man could say, "I am working," even if the sentence lasted only until sundown. That temporary restoration explains why men kept trying. The gate did open sometimes. The tragedy was that it did not open reliably enough. When a day's work ended, payment was not always immediate or fair. Some employers paid at day's end, others weekly. Some held back wages. Some deducted for tools, board, transportation, or supplies. Some cheated outright, especially when hiring transient workers with little power to complain. A homeless worker who laboured all day and was told to return for pay later faced another risk. If he returned, would the employer be there? Would he be paid fully? Could he afford to wait? Wage theft is not a modern invention. It has always found people whose need makes them easy to cheat. In remote jobs, the dangers multiplied. A labour agent might send men to railroad grading, logging, mining, or agricultural work far from the city. Once there, workers might find company housing costly, food deducted, wages delayed, or conditions brutal. Leaving could mean walking miles or stealing another train ride. A job could become a trap if it placed a man where he had no resources except the employer's terms. Yet refusing such jobs could look like unwillingness to work. The unemployed were often judged by people who did not have to accept the risks attached to the opportunities offered. As the Depression continued, some men lost not only jobs but the habit of expecting steady employment. This is not a moral accusation. It is a psychological observation. When work appears only irregularly, the mind adapts to irregularity. A person stops planning by month and plans by day, then by meal, then by weather. A steady job begins to feel like something from another country. Employers seeing such men might call them unreliable. But unreliability had been taught to them by an unreliable labour market. If the world hires you for 2 days, dismisses you for 10, sends you across a state for nothing, feeds you through charity, arrests you for sleeping, and then offers 1 day of ditch digging, your life will not look orderly. Disorder can be a rational response to unstable conditions. Still, many fought that disorder hard. They kept lists of places tried. They preserved references. They rose early. They avoided drink because they knew the accusation was waiting. They kept tools even when selling them would buy food. They shaved before hiring calls. They wrote letters. They attended union meetings. They asked ministers for recommendations. They took any task that did not destroy the chance of better work. This discipline often went unrecognised because it did not always succeed. History tends to notice discipline when it produces upward movement. It is less good at noticing discipline spent merely staying near the edge. By late afternoon, the unsuccessful job seeker often had to choose between continuing the search and preparing for night. If he searched too long, the soup line might close, the lodging house might fill, the campfire might die, the safe sleeping spot might be taken. If he stopped early to secure food or shelter, he might miss a late chance at work. Homelessness turns time into competing emergencies. The housed job seeker can come home after rejection. The homeless job seeker must leave enough of the day to arrange survival before dark. This made the job hunt shorter and harder at the same time. The walk back to camp after a failed day had a different feeling from the walk out. Morning had direction, evening had evidence, mud on boots, empty hands, no wages. Men returning to the river or rail edge did not always discuss failure directly. They asked where others had gone, they shared rumours, they cursed foremen. They exaggerated how close they had come. They made plans for tomorrow because tomorrow was the only way to keep today from becoming final. Someone had heard of work at the docks. Someone said the city would add a crew. Someone knew a farmer needing hands. Someone said it was all lies. The fire listened to every version. False hope by then had become part of the survival system. That sounds harsh, but it is true. Hope did not need to be accurate to be useful in the short term. It got men up. It moved them toward gates. It kept them from surrendering completely to camp life, charity, or the road. But inaccurate hope also consumed strength. It sent bodies across cities and states. It cost coins, sleep, and trust. The unemployed learned to live between belief and suspicion. Believe enough to go. Doubt enough not to spend everything. Trust enough to ask. Distrust enough to survive disappointment. It was a narrow mental balance, and not everyone could hold it. At the centre of all this stood one unresolved fact. The United States had become a wage society without yet accepting the public obligations that mass wage dependence created. When wages vanished, millions of people discovered that private effort alone could not reopen closed factories or restore collapsed credit. Yet the moral language around them still asked individual questions. Did you look? Did you try? Are you sober? Are you willing? Can you prove it? These questions were not meaningless, but they were too small for the disaster. A man could answer yes to every one and still sleep under boards. So the job hunt went on, from the camp to the gate, from the gate to the office, from the office to the notice, from the notice to the rumour, from the rumour to the train to another town, another gate, another office, another line. Some men escaped it through work, some through family, some through charity, some through illness, jail, enlistment, migration, or disappearance into the road. For many, the search itself became the structure of life, replacing the workday it was meant to recover. They rose early, reported to hope, received rejection, and returned unpaid. And as this endless search continued, the country watched the searchers with mixed feelings. Some saw victims of a broken economy, some saw dangerous tramps, some saw honest men temporarily down, some saw moral failure, some offered soup, some offered lectures, Some offered jobs at wages lowered by desperation. Some called the police. The unemployed and homeless had to survive not only hunger, cold, and exhaustion, but the way other Americans looked at them. Those looks mattered. They shaped charity, law, hiring, mercy, suspicion, and shame. And they decided, often before a word was spoken, whether a person without work would be treated as a neighbour in trouble or as evidence of something wrong with the poor themselves. The unemployed man returning from the factory gate did not come back only with empty hands. He came back carrying the way people had looked at him. That may sound like a small thing compared with hunger, cold, bad shoes, and the fear of sleeping outside. But for homeless Americans after the Panic of 1893, the look itself became part of survival. A person could endure one refusal if the refusal came with regret. He could endure a soup line if the ladle came without insult. He could endure a police warning if the officer spoke to him like a man. But when every door, counter, gate, mission hall and street corner seemed to ask the same silent question, "What is wrong with you?" the burden became heavier than the coat on his shoulders. The homeless poor did not only have to find food, shelter and work, they had to live under judgment. America in the 1890s had no single opinion about the homeless. That is important. It would be too easy to say that people were cruel, and it would be equally false to say that people were kind. They were both, often in the same town, sometimes in the same person. A church woman might ladle soup for an unemployed man in the morning and warn her daughter not to walk near the rail yard in the afternoon. A shopkeeper might give stale bread to a hungry boy and complain to police about men sleeping in his doorway. A minister might preach that the poor were children of God and also insist that relief be tied to temperance, discipline, and moral reform. A policeman might shove one man awake with his boot and quietly let another sleep because the night was too cold to make a point. The country looked at the homeless through kindness, shame, suspicion, fear, duty, annoyance, pity and self-protection, and the person without shelter had to learn which look was coming before the words arrived. The Panic of 1893 forced this confusion into public view. Mass unemployment made the old explanations of poverty less convincing, but it did not remove them. Before the Depression, many Americans had already inherited a strong habit of dividing the poor into the deserving and the undeserving. The widow with children, the injured worker, the old soldier, the respectable family temporarily down, these could be imagined as deserving. The wandering man, the drunk, the stranger, the person who refused a work test, the woman whose circumstances did not fit respectable categories, these could be placed on the other side. The charity organisation society movement, which spread through American cities in the late 19th century, tried to make charity organised, investigated and morally disciplined. Its supporters wanted aid to reach the deserving poor while discouraging what they saw as pauperism and dependence. That idea could produce careful help, but it could also make relief feel like a courtroom where hunger had to defend itself. Imagine a man entering a charity office after weeks without steady work. He may have been a machinist, a porter, a labourer, a clerk, or a rail hand. He may still carry himself like someone who expects to earn his way. He takes off his hat because he knows manners matter. The office smells of paper, coal smoke, damp wool and ink. Behind the desks it's someone who may genuinely want to help. There may be forms, ledgers, visiting cards, tickets for bread or coal and lists of rules. The questions begin: name, age, residence, last employer. Why did you leave? Are you married? Do you drink? What church do you attend? Do you have relatives? Where did you sleep last night? Have you applied elsewhere? The questions are not unreasonable from the administrator's point of view. Resources are limited. Fraud exists. Repetition wastes money. But from the chair opposite the desk, each question has another meaning. Prove that your poverty is clean. Prove that you did not make yourself hungry. Prove that helping you will not be a mistake. For a man who had spent his life working, this could be harder than the work itself. Labour asked for his back, his hands, his hours. Charity asked for his story. And if his story had any rough edges, if he had left a job after a dispute, if he had drunk when discouraged, if he had ridden freight, if he had no address, if he had been arrested for vagrancy, if he could not name a local pastor, if he had already asked elsewhere, those rough edges could be used to decide that his hunger belonged partly to him. A person in need learned to edit himself, say enough to receive help, not enough to invite judgment, admit misfortune, not disorder, mention work, not wandering, mention family if family makes you sympathetic, but not if absence of family makes you seem rootless. Poverty became not only a condition but a performance, and some people were punished because they did not know the lines. There were people who saw the unemployed differently. The social gospel movement, growing in influence in the late 19th century, urged many Christians to look beyond individual sin and consider the social conditions that produced poverty, unemployment and urban suffering. It did not speak with one voice, and not everyone involved agreed on solutions, but it helped shift some religious attention from merely rescuing souls one by one to confronting the conditions that damaged bodies and families in the first place. In mission halls, settlement houses, churches, and reform circles, some Americans began asking whether the problem was not simply the poor man's character, but the structure of wages, housing, industry, and relief. That question mattered. It did not immediately create a welfare state. It did not keep every man warm, but it made room for a different kind of sympathy, one that could look at a breadline and see not a row of failures, but a warning about the country itself. Still, the old suspicion remained strong, especially toward men on the move. The mobile poor frightened settled people more than the local poor did. A neighbour down on his luck could be fitted into a story. People knew his trade, his family, his church, his landlord, his former employer. A stranger stepping off a freight train had no such frame around him. He might be honest. He might be hungry. He might also steal, drink, beg, sleep in a barn, frighten women at back doors, or bring news of unrest from somewhere else. Whether these fears were fair in any individual case mattered less than the fact that they shaped treatment. By the 1870s, vagrancy laws were often called tramp acts, and were aimed especially at people using railroads to move across the country without paying fares. By the 1890s, that legal and cultural suspicion had become part of the air that homeless men breathed. The word tramp did enormous work. It turned a person into a type. A man might have lost his job 6 weeks ago, ridden 2 freights in search of harvest work, slept twice in police stations and begged 1 meal from a farmhouse, and suddenly the whole of him could be reduced to tramp. The word suggested laziness, dirt, danger, movement, and refusal of honest work, even when the man had been chasing honest work from town to town. It also relieved settled people of complexity. If the stranger was a tramp, he could be moved along. If he was an unemployed worker, perhaps something was owed to him. Labels decide obligations. That is why they matter so much. Newspapers helped build these images. They did not invent every fear, but they circulated and sharpened them. Reports of crimes committed by wandering men received attention because they confirmed what readers already suspected. A hungry man stealing food, a vagrant arrested near a rail yard, a group of unemployed men gathering in a park, a fight in a lodging house. These could be written in ways that made homelessness seem like a threat spreading through the city. Other articles showed pity, especially toward families, old men, widows and children. But pity and fear often appeared side by side. The homeless person became either a sufferer to be helped or a danger to be controlled, and sometimes the same article moved between the two before it ended. It is worth pausing over the difference between pity and respect. Pity can feed a person and still keep him low. Respect is harder because it requires seeing the other person as someone whose choices make sense within conditions you may not share. Many Americans pitied the homeless poor. Fewer respected the knowledge required to survive homelessness. A man who knew which police station would allow lodgers, which rail yard was watched, which charity gave bread without a sermon, which farmhouses were safe to approach, and how to sleep outdoors without freezing had learned a harsh practical intelligence. But because that intelligence did not produce wages or property, it was rarely honoured. It was treated as cunning, shiftlessness, or animal adaptation, not skill. For women, judgment had a different shape. A homeless man might be considered lazy or dangerous. A homeless woman was often seen through the language of morality. Respectable society did not know what to do with women who had no protected place indoors. A widow with children could be pitied if her story was clear. A young single woman without work and shelter was more easily suspected. Was she immoral? Had she left domestic service? Was she drinking? Was she living with a man? Had she fallen, as the phrase went? The facts could be much simpler and much harsher. She might have lost factory work. She might have been dismissed from service without wages owed. She might have fled violence. She might have no relatives in the city. She might have refused an employer's advances and lost her room. But the public imagination often turned women's poverty into evidence about their character more quickly than it did for men. Because of that, women often hid homelessness when they could. They stayed with relatives, friends, employers, churches, charitable homes, or in overcrowded rooms where another body could be squeezed into the arrangement. Their suffering was less visible on the street, and therefore easier for history to miss. But invisibility did not mean safety. A woman dependent on private shelter could be exploited precisely because she had fewer public options. A bed in a domestic employer's house might come with surveillance and overwork. A relative's floor might come with resentment. A rescue home might come with strict moral discipline. A woman could be helped and controlled at the same time, and often was. Children changed the way poverty was seen. A hungry child could soften people who felt little sympathy for an adult man. Charity campaigns knew this. Reformers knew this. Churches knew this. A child's thin face could raise funds that a grown man's empty stomach could not. Yet even children were not free from judgment. Their parents could be blamed through them. A dirty child became evidence of a negligent mother. A child selling papers late at night could be seen as industrious or endangered, depending on who was looking. A boy sleeping near a station could be pitied as a waif or feared as a future criminal. Children of the homeless poor often carried adult judgments before they were old enough to understand them. There was genuine kindness in this world, and it deserves to be named without embarrassment. People opened church basements. Women cooked soup until their arms ached. Bakers saved unsold loaves. Priests, ministers, rabbis, and lay volunteers organised relief when official structures were too small. Ethnic societies gathered money for families from their own communities. Black churches helped members who had nowhere else to turn. Labour organisations supported workers when they could. Neighbours shared coal, meals, childcare, information and rooms already too crowded. A farmhouse woman might hand bread to a stranger at the back door even while afraid of him. A policeman might let a man sleep. A doctor might treat someone who could not pay. In hard times, kindness did not disappear. It simply worked inside systems that were often suspicious of the people kindness tried to reach. There is a specific kind of kindness that appears in many periods of poverty, though it rarely gets recorded in official reports. It is the kindness that does not require the poor person to perform gratitude. Someone slips an extra piece of bread into a hand. Someone says nothing about the rent until next week. Someone lets a man warm himself by a stove for 10 minutes and pretends not to notice he has nowhere to go. Someone gives coffee and does not ask for the story. This kind of kindness matters because it preserves dignity. Relief with too much commentary can feel like another form of hunger. Quiet help gives the body what it needs without taking more from the self than necessary. But shame still followed many forms of assistance. Shame was not only imposed from outside, It lived inside people who had been taught that self-support was the core of adult worth. A man who had been proud of never asking anyone for help could find a bread ticket almost unbearable. A woman who had kept a clean home could feel exposed when a charity visitor inspected her cupboards. A father might eat less so children would not know how little there was, then stand in a line the next morning where strangers could see what he had tried to hide. Pride could delay help dangerously, but pride was not foolishness. Pride was the memory of having once been able to provide. The shame was sharpened by the language of dependency. Late 19th century reformers often worried that indiscriminate aid would create pauperism, a permanent condition of relying on others. There was a reason to fear systems that trapped people. But in a depression, the fear of dependency could become a way to ration mercy. A man asking for food after 6 weeks without work might be treated as if the real danger was not starvation, but the possibility that he would enjoy receiving bread too much. This reveals one of the strangest anxieties of respectable society. The fear that help might be so pleasant that people would choose poverty. Anyone who has stood in a cold line for soup would understand how strange that fear was. But people who had never needed relief could imagine it as temptation rather than humiliation. Suspicion also shaped the built spaces of help. Lodging houses had rules, missions had rules, charity offices had rules, police station lodging had rules, work relief had rules. Some rules protected order and safety, others reinforced hierarchy. No drunkenness, no disorder, no women in certain areas, no men after a certain hour. Attend prayers, work before food, provide references, submit to inspection, leave in the morning, do not return too often. Each rule made sense to someone administering scarcity. Together they could make the person receiving help feel that every need was a privilege to be earned repeatedly. Employers had their own suspicions. A homeless man looking for work could be judged unreliable because he had no address. He might be judged dishonest because he was dirty. He might be judged weak because he had lost weight. He might be judged troublesome because he had travelled. He might be judged morally suspect because he had used charity. The very signs produced by unemployment became reasons to deny employment. This was one of the deepest traps of the period. Homelessness created evidence against the homeless. A man needed work to restore the appearance of stability, but the loss of that appearance made work harder to get. Shopkeepers and householders lived with mixed feelings too. They might sympathise with the unemployed in general and resent the specific man sleeping on their step. That does not make them monsters. A shopkeeper had customers to consider, goods to protect, and perhaps his own debts. A woman alone in a farmhouse had reason to be cautious when a strange man came to the door. A mother in a city might cross the street to avoid a group of men by the tracks because she did not know which were harmless. Fear can be reasonable and still cruel in its consequences. The homeless person experienced not the inner conflict of the housed, but the closed door. Class shaped what counted as threatening. A wealthy man travelling without work might be called a tourist, a gentleman of leisure, an invalid seeking health, or a man between ventures. A poor man travelling without work was a tramp. A respectable person sitting in a park was resting. A homeless person sitting too long was loitering. A businessman waiting in a station belonged there. An unemployed man waiting without a ticket did not. The act itself was often less important than the person performing it. Poverty made ordinary behaviour suspicious. This suspicion reached into law enforcement. Vagrancy laws gave police broad power to arrest or move people who lacked visible means of support. On paper, this protected public order. In practice, it allowed cities and towns to manage the poor by pushing them out of sight, into jails, into workhouses, or onward to the next place. The mobile unemployed understood that they could be punished not for what they had done, but for what they appeared to be. A man might walk with no destination and become suspect. He might sleep outdoors and become suspect. He might ask for food and become suspect. He might ride freight and become suspect. The law did not need to prove a large crime. when poverty itself could be treated as a condition requiring correction. Yet the law was not the only public response. The panic also produced debates about the responsibility of government. The march of unemployed men associated with Coxey's army in 1894 brought that debate into national view, demanding public works rather than mere charity. To many observers, the marchers looked ridiculous, threatening, or misguided. To others, they gave voice to a legitimate claim. If the economy failed to provide work, perhaps the government had an obligation to create it. That argument did not win in 1894 in the form Coxey wanted, but it did not disappear. It waited in American political life until later crises made it harder to dismiss. There is something revealing about how people reacted to groups of unemployed men compared with individuals. One hungry man could be pitied. 1,000 hungry men became a threat. A widow asking for coal could be helped. A crowd demanding work could be called disorder. Numbers changed sympathy into fear because numbers suggested that poverty was not individual misfortune but a social fact. If too many people were poor at once, the old explanation that each had failed separately began to weaken. That is why mass unemployment was so unsettling. It was not only that men lacked work, it was that their lack of work accused the system. Respectable Americans did not always want to hear that accusation. It was easier to discuss drink, laziness, foreignness, radicalism, bad habits, and the dangers of indiscriminate charity. Those things could be located inside the poor. A collapsed labour market could not. It implicated banks, railroads, employers, investors, politicians, currency policy, and the structure of wage dependence. It suggested that a sober, hard-working person could do what society asked and still fall. That possibility frightened people with homes because it narrowed the distance between themselves and the line outside the soup kitchen. This is one reason shame was socially useful to the comfortable. If the homeless poor could be understood as different kinds of people, then their suffering did not threaten everyone else's sense of safety. They were tramps, paupers, drunkards, failures, outsiders, not simply Americans who had lost wages in a collapsing economy. Shame placed a fence around poverty. Suspicion kept that fence repaired. Kindness opened gates in it, but usually one person at a time. The homeless learned to read these attitudes quickly. At a back door, they studied the face before the answer came. In a mission, they learned which volunteer was gentle and which enjoyed authority. At a police station, they knew whether the officer's silence meant tolerance or danger. At a factory gate, they watched the foreman's eyes. In a charity office, they heard the tone beneath the question. This reading was not paranoia, it was practical knowledge. A wrong reading could cost food, shelter, a night in jail, or a beating. People without power become experts in the moods of people with power. Sometimes they resisted the shame openly. Unemployed men marched, argued, refused work they considered degrading, defended one another from police, joined labour meetings, wrote letters, or mocked charity rules. More often, resistance was smaller. A man kept his tools, though hungry. A woman cleaned her room before the charity visitor arrived so poverty would not be mistaken for filth. A boy shined his shoes before selling papers. A rail rider insisted he was a working man, not a tramp. A father stood in a bread line in another district so neighbours would not see. These gestures may seem minor, but they were ways of keeping identity from being completely rewritten by need. The people looking at the homeless poor in the 1890s were also looking at a country changing faster than its moral vocabulary. Industrial capitalism had created fortunes large enough to astonish the world, and insecurity wide enough to swallow families. Cities needed low-wage labour, but did not know how to house people when wages stopped. Railroads made workers mobile, and then punished unauthorised movement. Charity tried to be scientific, but sometimes forgot that hunger is not a specimen. Churches tried to save souls, and sometimes saw the body too late. Police tried to keep order in streets filled with men disorder had been done to. Employers wanted reliable labour, but helped produce the instability they distrusted. Everyone had an explanation. Few explanations fed the person waiting in the cold. By evening, after another day of being seen through these different lenses, the homeless person returned to whatever shelter the city had allowed. A camp near the river, a bench in a police station, a mission floor, a cheap bed if work or luck had provided coins. He carried the day's looks with him. The woman at the charity desk who spoke kindly, the shopkeeper who waved him away before he finished asking, the foreman who did not look up, the child who stared, the policeman who said move along, the volunteer who gave extra bread, the man in the line who shared tobacco. The world had not been only cruel. That almost made it harder to understand. If every person had been cruel, the lesson would be simple. Instead, America offered help with one hand and suspicion with the other, and the homeless learned to accept the bread without trusting the hand completely. This mixture of kindness, shame, and suspicion shaped who survived visibly and who survived in hiding. Men at least appeared in the public story as tramps, lodgers, marchers, rail riders, and unemployed workers. Women and children often moved through quieter channels, less photographed by the public imagination, more likely to be tucked into relatives' rooms, domestic service, charity homes, orphanages, rescue missions, or unsafe private arrangements. Their homelessness did not always look like a man in a doorway, so it was easier for the country not to count it. But as the Depression dragged on, the hidden homeless were everywhere, in crowded kitchens, in back rooms, in institutions, in workplaces where a bed came with obedience, and in families trying desperately not to let the neighbours know that the floor beneath them had already given way. The hidden homeless did not always look homeless. That is the first thing to understand. If you were walking through an American city in the hard years after the Panic of 1893, you would notice the men first. They were the ones in lines outside missions, the ones sleeping in police stations, the ones gathered near rail yards, the ones newspapers called tramps, the ones city officials counted when they became too visible to ignore. A man without shelter was a public problem. He appeared in doorways, parks, freight cars, station houses, and bread lines. He disturbed the street by being in it too long. But women and children often disappeared into other spaces. They were not absent from homelessness. They were hidden inside crowded rooms, domestic service, charity homes, orphan asylums, relatives' kitchens, laundries, back stairways, factory boarding arrangements, and all the private compromises that kept a person technically indoors while still leaving her without a secure home. This is one reason the history is so hard to tell. Records tend to follow trouble where officials could see it. Police saw men in streets. Railroad guards saw men in boxcars. Charity societies saw applicants who came to offices. Newspapers saw crowds. But a woman sleeping in a cousin's kitchen for 3 weeks because rent had failed does not always become a record. A girl sent into service because the family could no longer feed her does not always appear as homeless, though she may have lost the only home she knew. A mother keeping children together in one rented room after selling furniture piece by piece might not be counted until eviction finally made her visible. Hidden homelessness was not softer simply because it was less public. In many cases, it was more frightening because it depended on arrangements that could collapse without warning and often required silence. Think first of the married woman whose husband lost work. The public story might describe him as unemployed, perhaps as a man seeking work, perhaps later as a tramp if he left by rail. But the household crisis often passed through her hands before it reached the street. She was the one stretching food, bargaining with the grocer, delaying the landlord, deciding what could be pawned, washing clothes for pay, taking in sewing, renting a corner to a boarder, keeping children quiet so the family would not seem disorderly, and trying to preserve the appearance that things had not yet failed completely. When wages stopped, her labour did not stop. It multiplied. Poverty entered the room and gave her more work to do with fewer materials. There is a form of homelessness that begins before the door is lost. It begins when the household no longer has enough control over its space to feel secure, A family may still have a room, but if rent is overdue, if furniture has been sold, if meals depend on charity tickets, if children are sent away because they cannot be fed, if a lodger has been taken in who makes the room unsafe, if the landlord can enter at any time and demand payment, then the room is already becoming unstable. Women lived in that instability for days, weeks, sometimes months before the public record noticed. They were not walking the rails, but they were managing a collapse that could arrive with one knock. A wife might push her husband to leave in search of work elsewhere, not because she wanted him gone, but because staying had become another kind of failure. That departure could protect the family if he found wages and sent money. It could also strand her. A man leaving by rail might intend to return. He might be injured, arrested, hired temporarily, ashamed to write, or unable to send anything. He might disappear into the road because each failed town made returning harder. The woman left behind then had to answer questions. Where is your husband? Is he supporting you? Has he deserted you? Did he drink? Did you quarrel? Charity could treat a husband's absence as an economic fact, a moral suspicion, or both. A woman whose husband had gone looking for work might find herself spoken of as deserted, even when the desertion was really the depression moving through the family. Widows faced another version of the same danger. A widow with children was one of the few figures many charities could pity without much hesitation, but pity did not guarantee sufficient help. She might receive coal, groceries, rent assistance, or placement for a child. She might also be advised to enter service, to send older children to work, to place younger ones in institutions, or to move in with relatives already crowded. The widow was respectable if she appeared modest, grateful, clean, sober, and devoted to her children. But respectability came with expectations. If her room was dirty because she had been out washing other people's clothes, she could be judged negligent. If she worked too much outside the home, who was minding the children? If she stayed home to mind them, why was she not earning? Poverty placed her inside contradictions that comfortable observers rarely had to solve in their own lives. Single women had even fewer acceptable explanations for being without a home. A young woman on the street at night was not simply seen as poor. She was read as morally endangered or already morally lost. The language of the time often called such women fallen, wayward, abandoned, or in need of rescue. Words that said as much about society's fears as about the women themselves. Some had lost factory jobs, some had been dismissed from domestic service, some had left abusive employers, some were immigrants without family nearby, some were pregnant and unmarried, some were fleeing violence, some were indeed involved in sex work because the boundary between survival and condemnation can be very thin when hunger and shelter are involved. But once the moral label attached, the economic facts could disappear. People asked what kind of woman she was before asking what choices had actually been available to her. Domestic service was one of the main shelters available to women, because it often included room and board. This made it both valuable and dangerous. A woman who found a position as a cook, maid, laundress, nursemaid, or general servant could gain a bed, meals, and perhaps wages, but she also entered someone else's household under someone else's rules. Her time was not her own. Her room might be a small attic space, a back room, a cot near the kitchen, or shared quarters with little privacy. She could be dismissed quickly. Wages could be withheld. References mattered, and without references she might have to accept worse positions. If an employer treated her harshly, she could leave, but leaving meant losing shelter the same day. For a homeless woman, bad employment could be the only roof available. Imagine a young woman in 1894 who has lost work in a garment shop. She has been living in a boarding house where weekly payment is required. She misses 1 week, then another. The keeper allows her to stay because she's always paid before, then cannot allow it any longer because the keeper also needs money. The young woman takes a position as a general servant. She rises before the household, carries coal, lights fires, scrubs floors, washes dishes, helps with laundry, watches children, answers bells, and sleeps in a small room that is not quite hers. The job saves her from the street. It also makes her dependent on an employer who can dismiss her with little warning. Is she homeless? Officially, perhaps not. Practically, her shelter is conditional in a way that makes every day uncertain. Laundry work was another common path. It was hard on the body in a way modern people may not fully understand. Washing meant hauling water, heating it, scrubbing, boiling, lifting wet cloth, wringing, starching, ironing with heavy irons heated on stoves, and breathing steam for hours. Women took in laundry because the work could sometimes be done from a room, but the equipment, fuel, and space required made it difficult for the very poorest. A woman in unstable housing might wash for others, while her own children went hungry. She might send a child to deliver bundles, risking weather and embarrassment. Laundry money often came slowly, and customers might delay payment because the laundress had little power to demand it. The work preserved respectability because it was honest labour, but it could keep a woman just barely above disaster without ever lifting her out. Sewing had a similar double edge. Piecework allowed women to earn from home, but rates could be brutally low. A woman might sew late into the night by weak light, producing garments or finishing work for contractors, and still earn too little to pay rent. If she had children, they might help with small tasks. The room became workplace, nursery, kitchen and sleeping space all at once. A reformer visiting such a room might describe overcrowding and poor conditions, but the woman herself might see the room as the last barrier between her family and institutional separation. A poor room could be unhealthy and still precious. The fear of losing children was one of the most powerful pressures on poor mothers. In the late 19th century, children whose families could not support them might enter orphan asylums, children's homes, almshouses in some places, reform institutions, or placing out systems that sent them to other families. Not all of these arrangements were cruel. Some children received food, schooling, discipline, and a chance at better circumstances. Some families used institutions temporarily during crises, hoping to reclaim children later. But separation is not made painless by good intentions. A mother who placed a child because she could not feed him did not necessarily feel rescued. She might feel that poverty had forced her to surrender part of herself. There is a quiet scene that must have happened many times and was rarely recorded fully. A mother sits with a charity visitor or church worker. The room is cold. One child is coughing. Another is old enough to understand the conversation and pretends not to listen. The visitor explains that the institution can take the younger ones for a time, or that a relative might be found, or that the older boy could be placed with a family in the country, or that the girl might go into service. The words are practical, perhaps even kindly spoken. The mother hears something else. You cannot keep them. She may agree because the alternative is hunger. She may refuse because keeping them together is the last thing she still controls. Either choice can be judged by outsiders. Neither choice is free. Children became homeless in stages too. Some remained physically with parents but lost a stable home as the family moved between rooms, relatives, shelters and institutions. Some slept in lodging houses with adults, which reformers considered dangerous and often with reason. Some became street children, selling newspapers, shining shoes, carrying parcels, running errands, scavenging coal, picking through markets, or simply roaming because the crowded room could not hold them all day. Some boys slept in newsboys' lodging houses or informal groups. Some girls entered domestic service young, which removed them from the street but placed them inside adult work before childhood had fully finished. The public noticed street boys more easily because they were noisy, visible, and often organised among themselves. Girls disappeared into households, shops, laundries and institutions where their labour and danger were less publicly seen. A child in a family affected by the panic might learn very quickly that adult words had changed. Rent, credit, relief, work, coal, eviction, porn, charity. These words entered childhood like weather. The child might not understand railroad receiverships, gold reserves, bank failures or wage cuts, but he understood that his father came home early and silent, that his mother watered soup, that a younger sibling was told not to ask for more, that shoes were repaired again instead of replaced, that the landlord's footsteps on the stairs made the room go quiet. Children do not need economic theory to understand insecurity. They read it in adult faces. Schooling was often interrupted by poverty. A child might miss school because he lacked shoes, because the family moved, because he needed to work, because he was caring for younger siblings while the mother earned, or because hunger made learning impossible. Reformers valued schooling, but families facing immediate need valued food first because they had no choice. A boy selling papers in the evening might be praised for enterprise and blamed for street habits in the same breath. A girl caring for siblings might be treated as helpful within the family and invisible outside it. The Depression did not simply reduce household income. It stole time from children and converted it into labour. For immigrant families, hidden homelessness had additional layers. A newly arrived family might share rooms with relatives or people from the same village, stretching space beyond anything healthy because the alternative was the street. Borders helped pay rent, but reduced privacy. A family might sleep in shifts or divide beds by age and gender as best they could. Ethnic networks could be life-saving, providing credit, food, introductions to employers, and temporary lodging. They could also become overwhelmed when too many people lost work at once. If an entire neighbourhood depended on the same industry, one downturn could empty many pay envelopes together. Mutual aid works best when misfortune is scattered. A depression concentrates misfortune until every helper also needs help. Black women and children faced these dangers inside a society that limited both work and aid. Black churches, women's clubs, mutual aid societies, and community networks were crucial, but discrimination in employment and relief narrowed options. Domestic service, laundry, cooking, and other low-paid work often formed the available paths for black women in cities. In the South, racial violence, agricultural debt, domestic labour, and the rise of Jim Crow shaped survival in ways that made homelessness and displacement harder to separate from racial control. A black family losing shelter might face not only poverty, but exclusion from white institutions, hostile police, and fewer safe places to ask for help. The hidden record is thinner here because institutions that wrote reports were often not designed to see black suffering except through prejudice, if they saw it at all. There were also women whose homelessness was hidden inside marriage. This is harder to discuss because the law and custom of the time often treated a married woman's place as her husband's household, whether that household was safe or not. A woman might remain with a violent or drunken husband because leaving would mean no shelter, no wages sufficient to support children, and moral condemnation. If he lost work and became more volatile, the home could become dangerous even before it was lost. A charity visitor might see a family in distress and focus on rent or food without fully grasping the fear inside the room. For some women, the choice was not between home and homelessness. It was between a harmful shelter and no shelter at all. Pregnant women were especially vulnerable. An unmarried pregnant woman could be treated as a moral case rather than an economic one. A married pregnant woman in a homeless or near-homeless family faced the physical demands of pregnancy without stable food, warmth, or rest. Childbirth itself might occur in a poor room, charity hospital, maternity home, or institution. The infant added another urgent need: milk, warmth, clean cloth, and a place away from damp and disease. Infant mortality was already a serious reality for poor families. In unstable housing, the danger increased. A mother could do everything she knew to do and still lose a child because poverty had removed the conditions that make care effective. Charitable institutions for women and children varied widely. Some were strict and punitive, some were genuinely protective, some did both at once. A home for women might offer shelter, meals, prayer, and training in domestic skills, but require obedience, separation from certain companions, religious attendance, and close supervision. A children's home might provide regular meals and schooling, while also separating siblings or placing children far from parents. An orphan asylum might take children who are not technically orphans, but whose parents could not support them. This reveals the inadequacy of the language. Many so-called orphans had living parents. Their true condition was not parentlessness, but poverty. The institution made the child legible in one category, because the family's actual problem did not fit neatly into available help. A mother might visit an institution on a designated day, if she had car fare or could walk. She might see her child cleaner and better fed than at home and feel both relief and pain. The child might cling to her or seem distant. The staff might encourage her to secure work before reclaiming the child. The mother might promise soon. Soon could mean when wages returned, when rent was paid, when she found a room, when winter ended, when the economy became less cruel. Soon could stretch. Families separated by poverty often lived in the future tense because the present was too hard to accept. Children placed out to rural families or employers faced uncertain fates. Some were treated kindly and given stability. Others became cheap labour, isolated from family, overworked or abused. The idea behind placing out often rested on the belief that country life, labour, and family discipline could rescue children from urban poverty. Sometimes it did. Sometimes it simply moved poor children out of sight. For the child, the experience depended less on theory than on the household that received them. A good placement could feel like rescue. A bad one could feel like exile. Girls entering service young had to grow up quickly. A girl of 12, 13, or 14 might care for younger children, wash dishes, carry coal, scrub floors, and sleep in a small servant space under the authority of strangers. She might send wages home or work mostly for board. If treated decently, she had food and shelter. If treated badly, she had few protections. Her homelessness would not appear as sleeping outdoors. It would appear as dependence on employment that controlled her body, time, and reputation. Many girls learned to be quiet, efficient, and watchful, because those qualities kept a position. Losing a position meant beginning again. Boys often had more freedom of movement and therefore more public danger. A boy could sell papers, sleep in a lodging house, ride rails, join older boys or men, and become part of the visible street population. Reformers worried about street boys because they seemed to stand at the edge of crime and adulthood without proper supervision. Some boys did steal, some fought, some lied as a survival skill. Some were simply hungry and proud of earning pennies. Like men, they were often sorted into moral categories that missed the material facts. A boy who slept in a hallway and sold newspapers before dawn might look unruly. He was also performing labour the adult economy had made necessary. Food shaped children's experience of the crisis in direct ways. A hungry adult can understand rationing. A young child experiences it as absence. Why is there less bread? Why does mother say she's not hungry? Why is the milk gone? Why can we not have coal? The family might hide hunger from small children with stories, distraction, or unequal portions. Older children often saw through it. They learned to eat quickly when food was present and not complain when it was not. They learned which neighbours might offer something. They learned the embarrassment of charity food. They learned that adults could be kind and still powerless. The hidden homeless also lived inside overcrowding. When one family lost rent, relatives might take them in. This act could save lives and strain bonds. A 2-room tenement already holding a family might take in a sister with children. Beds became shared. Floors became sleeping spaces. Privacy vanished. Arguments increased. Illness spread. Food disappeared faster. The host family might be generous at first, then weary. The guest family might feel gratitude and humiliation. Children might quarrel. Adults might whisper after dark about how long this could continue. Technically, everyone was housed. In reality, the arrangement was one illness, one rent increase, one quarrel, or one landlord complaint away from collapse. Overcrowding could also hide women from relief. A charity visitor might see that a woman was staying with relatives and decide she had support, without understanding that the support was temporary and resented. The absence of street sleeping could be mistaken for safety. This remains a pattern in many eras. The most visible homelessness is not always the largest part of homelessness. Women and children often survive by exhausting private networks before they enter public view. By the time they appear in records, many earlier forms of hardship have already happened. There is also the matter of possessions. For men on the road, possessions had to be portable. For women trying to keep a household alive, possessions often became the last evidence of home. A table, a stove, bedding, dishes, a trunk, a sewing machine if she had one. Family photographs, Sunday clothes, baby garments saved from an older child. These objects mattered beyond their sale value. Pawning or selling them was not just economic. It was the dismantling of identity. A mother selling bedding to buy food knew she was solving one emergency by worsening another. A sewing machine could be income. Selling it could mean losing the means to earn. But if the children needed bread, the future income had to compete with present hunger. Poverty forces people to spend the tools of escape. The sewing machine deserves special attention, because by the late 19th century it had become an important object in many working households. It could represent skill, respectability, and the possibility of home-based income. If owned outright, it was valuable. If bought on instalment, it could be repossessed when payments failed. A woman who lost a sewing machine might lose more than property. She lost a way to remain indoors and earn. The same was true of washtubs, irons, tools, and even decent clothing. Household goods were not decoration for the poor, they were survival equipment. Medical care posed another danger. A sick child could ruin a fragile budget. A mother missing work to care for a child could lose wages or employment. A doctor might require payment, or charity medical care might be available, but stigmatized or distant. Illness in overcrowded rooms spread quickly. Tuberculosis, respiratory infections, gastrointestinal illnesses, and childhood diseases found poor housing useful. Homelessness and near homelessness were not only social conditions, they were health conditions. A damp room, a cold floor, bad food, and exhaustion entered the body. The body then became less able to work. The cycle tightened. Some women responded by creating networks of their own. Neighbours watched children. Women shared food, washing equipment, information about employers, warnings about dangerous men, and advice about charity offices. Churches and mutual aid societies often depended on women's labour to distribute relief, visit families, cook meals, sew garments, and organise assistance. Poor women helped poorer women, even when they had little to spare. This kind of aid rarely appears in grand political histories, but it was one of the main reasons families survived. A bowl sent across a hall, an hour of childcare, a warning that the landlord was coming, a loan of coal, a shared stove. These were not sentimental gestures, they were infrastructure. The emotional cost of hidden homelessness was different from the public shame men faced in breadlines, though the two overlapped. Women often carried the burden of maintaining normalcy. Children must be fed, clothes must be mended, the room must be kept as decent as possible. Neighbours must not know too much. Charity visitors must see enough need to help but not so much disorder that they judge. A husband must be encouraged without being made to feel useless. A landlord must be delayed without angering him. Relatives must be asked carefully. This management required intelligence and endurance. It was unpaid, largely unrecorded, and often mistaken for ordinary domestic duty rather than crisis labour. A mother might lie for protective reasons. She might tell children that supper will be later, though she does not know whether there will be supper. She might tell a charity visitor that her husband is expected back soon, because abandonment would invite one kind of judgment and unemployment another. She might tell the landlord money's coming because perhaps it is, if a relative answers a letter. She might tell herself that sending a child away is temporary, because believing anything else would make the act impossible. These lies were not simply deceptions. They were tools for moving through a world that punished every version of the truth. At night, hidden homelessness could be heard in crowded rooms, a child coughing, adults whispering, someone shifting on a floor mattress, a baby crying and being hushed quickly because neighbours complain. The scrape of a chair moved aside so bedding can be laid down, the careful counting of coins, a woman sewing after others sleep, a man leaving before dawn to search for work. These sounds are less dramatic than a freight train or a police raid, but they belong to the same depression. They are the domestic sound of economic collapse. If eviction came, the private crisis became public quickly. Furniture on the sidewalk was one of the most humiliating sights in a working-class neighbourhood. It turned the inside of a family outward. Bedding, chairs, trunks, pots, children's things, all exposed to weather and neighbours. People gathered, some helped, some stared. Children cried or became strangely quiet. The family had to decide where to carry what remained. A relative's room, a charity office, a church, a cheap lodging, an institution, the street. Eviction did not simply remove shelter. It made poverty visible all at once, which is why families work so hard to prevent it even when prevention costs nearly everything. What makes these women and children difficult for history is the very fact that they tried not to be seen. Visibility could bring help, but it could also bring judgment, separation, arrest, loss of reputation, or institutional control. So they survived in shadowed ways, through private dependency, extra labour, temporary beds, and silence. Men in rail camps became the image of homelessness because they were visible against the landscape. Women and children became the hidden interior of the same crisis, carrying it in rooms where reformers knocked only occasionally, and historians have had to listen very carefully. By the time the worst years of the Depression began to ease, some families had held together, some had not. Some children returned from institutions, some never did. Some women found stable work, some entered marriages, service, factories, or arrangements shaped by the need for shelter as much as affection or choice. Some men came home, some disappeared. The hidden homeless left fewer campfires, fewer police records, fewer dramatic marches. They left memories in families, gaps in census records, institutional admissions, charity case files, and the worn objects that survived because someone had refused to pawn them. Their story does not change the visible history of breadlines and rail riders. It completes it. And as the economy slowly moved beyond the panic, America did not simply wake up one morning having learned the right lessons. The country remembered some things and forgot others. It remembered the fear of crowds. It remembered Coxey's army as a spectacle. It remembered tramps along the rails. It remembered business recovery in figures and political debates. But many of the costs remained inside bodies and families long after markets improved. Children who lost schooling, women who entered service and never returned home, men whose health broke on the road, families separated by institutions, and households that survived by selling pieces of themselves one object at a time. The panic ended in economic histories before, it ended in the lives of everyone who'd been pushed through it, and that difference between recovery on paper and recovery in a room is where the final part of this story begins. Recovery is one of those words that can sound cleaner than it really was. It suggests a line rising on a chart, a factory chimney smoking again, a bank reopening, a railroad reorganized under new management, newspapers printing better figures, merchants smiling a little more easily, investors returning to the language of opportunity. And all of that did happen, slowly, unevenly, and with enough public relief that respectable Americans could tell themselves the worst had passed. But for the people who had slept in doorways, ridden freight trains, waited in bread lines, given children to institutions, sold tools, pawned wedding rings, Lost rooms, lost teeth, lost health, lost years. Recovery did not arrive as a clean event. It arrived in fragments, if it arrived at all. 1 week of work, a room rented again, a child brought home, a letter finally answered, a coat bought second-hand before winter, a cough that never quite left, a marriage that did not survive the months of hunger, a boy who never returned to school, a man who found work but could no longer stand straight after too many nights outdoors. The economy could recover before the people did. This is the part of the story that history books often pass over quickly, because crises are easier to narrate than aftermaths. A panic begins, banks fail. Railroads collapse, men march, strikes erupt, soup kitchens fill. Then, after a few years, production rises, confidence returns, gold flows back, business revives, and the story moves on to the next election, the next war, the next president, the next great reform. But ordinary life does not move that neatly. If a family lost its furniture in 1894, the fact that business conditions improved later did not magically restore the bed, the stove, the trunk, the dishes, the Sunday clothes, the sewing machine, or the savings that had taken years to assemble. If a child was placed in an institution during the worst months, recovery did not automatically bring that child back to the same home. If a man sold his tools to eat, then the return of work could find him without the equipment required to claim it. If a woman entered domestic service because her family's room was lost, she might still be in someone else's kitchen long after newspapers declared better times. The panic ended at different speeds depending on how far a person had fallen. Imagine one man who has survived the road. He rode freight in 1894, slept in camps, took harvest work for a few weeks, unloaded coal, chopped wood for meals, spent nights in police stations, and learned the names of towns mostly by how they treated hungry strangers. By 1897, perhaps he finds steadier employment. The factory is hiring again, or the railroad shop needs hands, or a warehouse takes him on. On paper he has re-entered the world of wages. But he's not the same worker who lost his place. His boots have ruined his feet. His back aches in damp weather. He has a scar from a fall near a rail yard. He drinks more than he once did, or perhaps he refuses drink entirely because he saw what it did to men in the camps. He has learned not to trust promises. He has learned to sleep lightly. He has learned that a job can vanish even when a man has done nothing wrong. A recovered economy may need his labour again, but it cannot unteach him what unemployment taught. There is another kind of cost, less visible but just as real, the cost of being publicly reduced. A man who had stood in bread lines or asked for police lodging might return to work, but memory followed him. Perhaps not in any official way. No mark on a sleeve, no public register at the factory gate, but he knew. He remembered taking soup under a missionary's gaze. He remembered being told to move along from a doorway. He remembered lying about his last address. He remembered standing outside a charity office while a clerk decided whether he had suffered correctly. Those memories could harden into bitterness or settle into silence. Many men did not speak of such times afterward, especially if they escaped them. Silence is sometimes how people preserve dignity when the story itself feels too humiliating to hand over. For women, the cost could be even harder to recover because their sacrifices were absorbed into the household and then treated as if they had simply done what women did. A mother who stretched meals, took in laundry, pawned clothes, negotiated with landlords, placed a child temporarily, sewed until midnight, and kept everyone alive might not appear in any public account of the Depression. Her husband might be remembered as unemployed. Her son might remember hunger. The city might record relief given to the family. But her work of holding the household together remained largely unnamed. If the family later regained a room, people might say they had gotten through it. That phrase can hide a great deal. Gotten through it by whose hands? Whose sleep was spent? Whose body wore out? Whose shame was swallowed so the children could eat? The aftermath of a crisis is often built on women's labour and then credited to recovery. Children paid in time, that may be the most exact way to put it. They lost school time, playtime, health, stability, and sometimes family time. A boy who began selling papers during the Depression might never fully return to childhood. A girl who entered service at 13 might become useful before she'd been allowed to be young. A child placed in an institution might come back obedient, fed, and changed. Another might never come back at all. Poverty has a way of moving children forward too fast. Adults sometimes call this maturity because the alternative is admitting it is damage. The panic made many children practical. It taught them the price of bread, the sound of rent being discussed, the weight of coal, the tone adults used when creditors came. That knowledge helped them survive, but it was not free. And then there were those who did not recover. Some died, some from exposure, illness, accidents on the rails, violence, hunger, or the slow grinding effect of bad food and no rest. Some vanished from family records, becoming one of those relatives later described only as having gone west, gone on the road, gone missing, gone bad, or just gone. Some entered jails, workhouses, almshouses, hospitals, or long-term institutions. Some became permanent wanderers, though the word permanent can be misleading, because a person rarely chooses permanency all at once. He remains another week, takes another train, fails at another gate, survives another winter, loses another contact, and eventually the old life is not waiting anywhere reachable. The road that began as a search becomes a condition. The country changed, but not as much as suffering itself seemed to demand. That is one of the sober truths of the aftermath. The panic of 1893 exposed the weakness of relying on private charity and local relief in a national industrial crisis. It showed that willing workers could be unemployed by the hundreds of thousands and that moral lectures could not reopen factories. It showed that homelessness was not simply a matter of individual failure, that entire communities could be pushed into breadlines by forces no single family controlled. It showed that the wage system had become central enough that losing wages meant losing home. These lessons were visible. They were shouted by marchers, written in reports, whispered in kitchens, and slept through in police stations. Yet the United States did not immediately build a modern safety net. It did not create national unemployment insurance. It did not guarantee work. It did not treat housing as a public right. The old habits of local charity, moral sorting, and suspicion remained. But something did shift. The crisis helped feed the reform imagination of the progressive era. Settlement house workers, labour reformers, social gospel ministers, women's clubs, public health advocates, and some city officials began paying closer attention to the conditions that produced poverty rather than only the conduct of poor individuals. The question of unemployment became harder to dismiss as laziness when so many workers had been thrown out at once. Public employment offices, labour statistics, factory inspections, housing reform, public health work, and debates over municipal responsibility all grew in importance in the decades that followed. These reforms were incomplete, uneven, and often shaped by the prejudices of their time. But the Depression had made one thing harder to deny. Modern poverty had modern causes. A city could no longer honestly pretend that every hungry person had failed separately. Coxey's army is a good example of how an idea can be mocked before it is partially absorbed by history. In 1894, the march of unemployed men to Washington was treated by many newspapers and politicians as foolish, comic, threatening, or pathetic. Jacob Coxey wanted the federal government to create jobs through public works. At the time, that sounded to many Americans like an outrageous expansion of federal responsibility. Yet decades later, during the Great Depression of the 1930s, public works programs would become central to the national response. That does not mean Coxey simply won in advance. History is not that tidy. But does mean that an idea dismissed in one crisis can wait inside the country until another crisis makes it sound less strange. The men who marched in 1894 did not get what they asked for. but they helped place the question in public. If men want work, and work does not exist, what does the nation owe them? The answer, after 1893, was still mostly not enough. Not enough shelter, not enough steady work, not enough protection from exploitative labour agents. Not enough help for families before eviction, not enough recognition of women's poverty, not enough safety for children, not enough distinction between crime and destitution, not enough willingness to see homelessness as a result of economic structure rather than personal collapse. But the crisis left pressure behind. It added weight to arguments for reform. It expanded the experience of insecurity beyond the permanently poor. It taught some middle-class observers that the line between respectability and dependence could be thinner than they had believed. That lesson did not make everyone compassionate, but it disturbed the easy confidence of those who thought poverty always explained itself. The public memory of the panic became selective. Business histories remembered bank failures, railroad receiverships, gold reserves, currency debates, and the return of confidence. Labour histories remembered strikes, marches, unemployment, and conflict. Political histories remembered Cleveland, Silver, tariffs, populism, Coxey, and the pressure building toward later realignments. Local histories sometimes remembered relief committees and hard winters. But the lived experience of homelessness, especially the hidden homelessness of women and children, faded more easily. A bread line could be photographed or described. A rail rider could become a figure in folklore. A march could become an event. A mother quietly sending a daughter into service left almost no public trace. A family doubling up in a cousin's room did not become a national symbol. A boy who never returned to school because work began too early simply became an adult sooner than he should have. That forgetting was not accidental. Societies often prefer to remember crises in ways that make them feel overcome. A panic was terrible, but recovery came. Men suffered, but the nation grew. Railroads failed, but were reorganized. Banks closed, but finance stabilized. The unemployed marched, but order returned. This kind of memory makes the past easier to handle. It gives history a shape that comforts the reader. But it leaves out the people for whom order returning did not mean what it meant for investors or officials. A city might be orderly because homeless men had been pushed away from downtown. A labour market might be improved while older workers remained excluded. A family might be considered self-supporting again because a child's wages had replaced school. Recovery can contain quiet losses and still call itself recovery. There is also the problem of names. Many of the homeless poor of the 1890s remain unnamed because the records name them only when they became cases. Inmates, lodgers, defendants, applicants, or nuisances. A charity ledger might list a family by the father's name. A police record might list a man as a lodger. A newspaper might call a group tramps. An institution might record a child's admission. The full person is behind the category, but the category is what survived. This is one reason storytelling matters here. Not to invent false details, but to restore the scale of human life that official language compresses. A lodger was a man who had a childhood, perhaps a trade, perhaps a wife, perhaps a favourite song, perhaps a fear of deep water, perhaps a letter he read until the folds wore through. A charity case was a mother who knew exactly how much flour remained. A child in an asylum was someone who remembered the smell of home even if home had been one cold room above a shop. The word survival itself should be handled carefully. It can sound triumphant if we are not careful. Survived the panic, survived the road, survived hunger, survived winter. Survival is better than death, of course, but survival can leave debts inside the body and mind. A person can survive and be diminished, survive and become harder, survive and lose tenderness, survive and lose trust. Survive and become more generous because he knows what help meant. Survive and become more suspicious because he knows how help was used. Survival is not one outcome. It is a doorway into many altered lives. Some men who survived the Depression likely became the older workers whom younger men later saw in lodging houses and rail camps. The ones who knew every trick of the road and every disappointment of the gate. Some became steady workers again and never told their children how low things had gone. Some became activists, union men, populists, socialists, reformers, or simply voters with a long memory of what bankers and politicians had not done. Some became more conservative, convinced that only self-reliance had saved them, and suspicious of anyone asking for help. Hardship does not produce one politics. It produces memory, and memory can point in different directions. Women's memories entered families differently. They might appear in habits rather than speeches. A grandmother who never wasted bread. A mother who kept extra flour hidden. A woman who mistrusted installment buying because she remembered losing something when payments failed. Someone who fed strangers at the back door because once someone had fed her husband. Someone who refused charity all her life because she remembered the office questions. Someone who insisted children stay in school because she had been taken out too early. Someone who saved buttons, cloth jars, string, paper, and every object that might someday matter. These habits are history too. They are the afterlife of insecurity inside ordinary domestic behaviour. The panic also changed how Americans imagined the tramp. The wandering, unemployed man had already existed in public fear before 1893, but the Depression deepened the association between economic collapse and mobility. Rail riding men became part of folklore, policing, charity, and labour debates. In later years, hobo culture would develop its own codes, songs, stories, and mythology, some of it based in real survival practice and some of it romanticised beyond recognition. The danger of the mythology is that it can make homelessness seem like freedom with a campfire, a tin cup, and a sunset over the rails. For some men, the road did contain freedom of a kind, but during the panic, many rode because not riding meant remaining where no work existed. A boxcar was not a philosophy, it was often a last strategy. The physical places of survival disappeared too. Camps were cleared, shacks collapsed, riverbanks were redeveloped, rail yards changed, police station lodging rooms were reformed or closed in some cities, missions moved buildings, cheap lodging houses burned, were demolished, or became something else. The built evidence of 1890s homelessness was fragile, because it had been made from fragile materials and occupied on fragile terms. A mansion can become a museum. A shack built from crate boards rarely becomes anything except rot. That affects memory. The poor leave fewer monuments because poverty itself denies permanence. Yet traces remained in reform reports, settlement house studies, labour investigations, photographs from later periods, police logs, charity files, newspapers, memoirs, and family stories. They remained in policy debates about unemployment and public responsibility. They remained in the suspicion American towns held toward men arriving by freight. They remained in the shape of progressive reform and later New Deal arguments. They remained in the long American habit of arguing whether the poor need help, discipline, work, policing, housing, moral instruction, or some combination arranged by people who usually sleep indoors. The questions raised in the 1890s did not end because the panic ended. They became part of the country's ongoing argument with itself. And this is what makes the story feel so close, even though the details belong to another century. The panic of 1893 happened in a world of gaslights, horse carts, rail yards, handwritten ledgers, charity visitors, and factory gates. But the central fear is recognisable. What happens when work disappears faster than help arrives? What happens when rent remains due after wages stop? What happens when a society praises self-reliance but builds an economy where millions depend on employers they cannot control? What happens when public sympathy is strongest for the poor, who are least visible and weakest, for those whose suffering interrupts the street? These are not only 19th century questions, they are American questions, repeated in different clothing across generations. If we return one final time to the man by the rail camp, not to end his life neatly, But to leave him honestly where history often leaves people like him, we might find him some years later in a room again. Not a fine room, a rented one, a bed, a chair, a stove, a hook for his coat. He has work now, at least for the season. His boots are by the door. The sound of trains still reaches him at night. Maybe he hates that sound. Maybe it comforts him. Maybe he cannot hear it without remembering the cold iron ladder under his hand and the moment his feet left the gravel. On a shelf there is a tin cup he kept from the road, not because it is valuable, but because people sometimes keep the objects that witnessed them when no one else did. He does not think of himself as part of a national economic crisis. He thinks of specific nights. The wet one under the bridge, the station house where the man beside him coughed until morning, the woman who gave him bread without asking his name, the foreman who took 3 men and not him, the freight that carried him west for no reason that held. The day work finally returned, and how strange it felt to be wanted again. In another place, a woman folds a dress for a daughter who has come home from service, or perhaps never did. She remembers the winter when she sold the better blanket and told the children she was not cold. She remembers the charity visitor's eyes moving around the room. She remembers deciding which child could be sent to an aunt and which had to stay. No chart of recovery includes that decision. No bank statement records it. But that is where the panic lived. In choices made at tables, in whispered arguments, in objects pawned, in letters sent, in children sleeping two to a bed, in mothers lying awake doing arithmetic with nothing left to count. In a town farther down the line, a man who once marched or rode or begged now passes a younger unemployed stranger near a depot. Perhaps he gives him a warning about the watchman. Perhaps he gives him nothing because he is hardened. Perhaps he gives him a coin and looks away quickly because memory is uncomfortable. The country has moved on, as countries do. But the road remains, the gate remains, the line remains, even when it shortens. The old questions remain under new names. That is what was forgotten most easily after the panic of 1893. Not that hardship occurred, but how much intelligence, labour and dignity it took simply to last through it. The homeless poor were not only acted upon by the economy, they studied it from below. They learned its weak points, its false promises, its small mercies, its punishments. They learned which forms of need were tolerated and which were criminalised. They learned how quickly a worker could become a case, a lodger, a tramp, a problem. They learned that kindness could save a day and still leave the system untouched. They learned that shame was often demanded as part of the price of help. They learned that survival could require movement, concealment, obedience, defiance, patience, and luck, all in the same week. And if there is anything worth carrying from their story into the quiet of tonight, it is not a simple lesson about gratitude or hardship, or how much worse things used to be. That would be too easy, and honestly, too small. The more useful thing is attention. Attention to the room around you. Attention to the ordinary miracle of a door that closes. Attention to the fact that economic events are never only economic for the people at the bottom of them. A bank failure becomes a missed rent payment. A railroad receivership becomes a man at a gate not chosen. A wage cut becomes soup stretched with water. A closed factory becomes a child leaving school. A recovery becomes real only when it reaches the room, the bed, the table, the body. The Americans who survived the panic of 1893 did so in ways that were often unrecorded and rarely celebrated. They followed smoke and rumour. They slept where the city allowed. They took soup with lowered eyes or with anger in their throats. They built shacks from the discarded skin of the industrial age. They stood at gates until standing became its own kind of labour. They hid their children's hunger when they could, and made it public when they had no choice. They accepted help, refused help, distrusted help, offered help, and sometimes became the reason another person lasted one more night. The country recovered around them, unevenly, imperfectly, and with a memory that preferred the large event to the small endurance. But beneath the official history, there they remain, not as symbols, not as statistics, not as the shadowy tramps of old newspaper cartoons, but as people who woke each morning with no guarantee of shelter, and still made decisions, still searched, still carried names, stories, habits, and hopes through one of the hardest economic winters America had yet known.